Most beautiful morning, bro. Well, this morning, we're just going to start out with activating our chakras, the words that we're speaking, the sounds that we're speaking, the ancient words that we are enunciating. It's going to be on the shorter side than a regular jam session, though I really want to focus on the elements and that aspect of connection with the planet and with ourself. And truly, before we even get kicked off with that, I want to say that I really appreciate those individuals who have been keeping up, who have been paving the way in their own direction, using whatever I'm providing or other stimuli the world is providing to create your own work, because as we move forward in knowledge and experience and gain the wisdom, I find more family, I find more brothers, I find more sisters. And in this resonance, I do keep this door open to everybody so that the family may grow, the family of wisdom, the family of understanding. And right now, currently, yeah, we the minority, we are the few on this world. For most truly enjoy the pleasures, and they have not grown through enough experience to get to the point of wanting to make change. So I appreciate you, and today is really for you. Every day really is. Circle now, I conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for powers we shall raise in thee. preserved, contained in thy sphere, to wait the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth teach us, give our wisdom for the sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Sun and sea and earth and sky, join us as we call. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and morning sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their haunts. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of coin vile. Light the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Ezekiel compaz, Yana compaz, Ezekiel compaz, Ezekiel compaz. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. No, Ezekiel was on futura, I had Hiruta, and Ruska, Kai, Kudijin, was Maha, for us to give us at the tolls, I beat to Hudi Shakins and Saramen. On Basharamataya Sowak, Bashamanata Yazvaran, Nunanina Nunarana, Nunanina Nunanaran, Dumbamon Changing Shorong, Wanishanayan, Tariasowak, Mishanaya, Yantrias, Vaha, Engon Prambimbron. Unjita rabato non solo sua, unjito rosharati ya trashi vara nasvaha, rura dida rura dida dida rura dida rura dada, kring on the long chong on cranking krong, hong hong chong shing shrong, on hayaba shramataya sua, gum hayaba shamanataya svaha, kring on cranking krong, on omusana marano manama samata pashanam ham, who had he ringon kung kung unagana mi ara so wa kumanaya ya mayas va ha e wu wa we shring on kung kung on hero ko jara para so wa kong jo hi tin jo ga chi wa dai swa ha no ne ni no nam ni na Hang on, Pramikong, on G30 Bato Yaswa, Gom Shishari, Varata Yasva, Humo Granging Grong, Garabashano, Swako Manakadi, Muba Pibu, Bear, Bear, Uba Pibu, Bear, Ongamen. Renno si Kyowe was a Butura, I had Hirusha, and Serukai Korkutishin, was Maha, Ratugi was set the Tols, I beat the two good shockings and a Saramen. Parashakushu paru gilma kabal mamu la po kena rapopo lugalana partiku sharu bakstana bala saru bapreku and belulu moshanebu apuruni you can campaign belulu bugo laka egar parishu kila kabal and kilma mashu whereas ruma bapo maruka rake siku gigi mukampra namru pakala music killing gibilanu shazumashana sarulim barmaratu sisi mashinana aruna arman kitu mutuku ratiki lugulu sintur kinman kai kola sikon neni ko na baru dedike kari nam telaku pano tuku kutuku ke kumos kersana sekering masti sharu malapa ke kedag lu gador mara rekor bol waktu gora korio saru lulu par maskin tuju dedik gim lu gadan mekira pano tuku narek lu gadan mekira pano pisu saru limu na bana tatu sarim masa kerano selumara nara bahol kelpir balik natara madu daga tuku mas masti sore masa no kors korin masrol sejarah pediku babata zuzukan palu gelap de bora ni ho erking bara di buar kakuramu ni duang kasti Vishnu om kring visnar vertnam haum sam kumbarari artam hatu mutev kubara nebo kor hotev rompori ripidatu bumitev yamaton du mutev nuksek herumari wekina nentev esadem tari nekev ta sukoriete terte sepsan varsiri utuk sotorata taisana om hamisanari artam ha om yamendrai artam ha kobisnov vendrom tesas tak du anaya metan kobisnov nuksek kesatana om seksatem takis weksakakartek Araneka beknahaneka sarto sur na paek morkola kuturu tataraka agniom ramagnari namaha om mam yamari namaha happy yamau mam saratu tada yamatan happy nuk happy sak asor now when I'm sak or tes ek tek ek huinek eerte ek kor ekortana nekte Mormatuyan Lurian Ginariti Raksasam Samaksari Aria Namahaum Vamparunaria Namahaim Sat Varunaum Vartatu Sermalaya Matanim Sat Nukim Sat Sakasakanam Unaim Sat Soruna Peg Marin Sepsanu Duni Kupatea Ramautun Trate Sepsitingarana Capacity Composite Peu Viomium Vior Vertnam Marsi Morcola Molulu Mormatu sitting at an Kamaziringerki, Kampau, Sutora, Takulu, Tataka, Saktu, Titakala, Yanu, Yandialankin, and Peo, Prem Pramarna, Namaha, Pramona Bumahar, Maxara, to Oblo, Raya, Matan Capranupa, Capram, Capra, Capra, Nebenka Praja, Capra, Molulu, Saktu, Tikala, Nesratina, Bumaha, Shata, Sarmasate, Mukita, Tepsakers, certain to Nabenaru, Tefnesu of Pernator. Sasakum sahu, ong hong chong, ong hong chong, ong hong chong, ong tong go so, ong tim so, ong kring gong so, ong kring hong chong, ong chring haring ong hiru hara, ong vam dum mong krang kring pam kring kring mong kring ong krang kring song kring pam kring song ching ong krang kring song ching kring shring pam dum song ching ong sor chring chring haring hara ong hiru Wong King So Wong King Gong Du Danish Nore Pasra Dar Pama Shukuna Ora Maxokia Hum Shu Nore Rana Sambatra Mira Nore Tesha Harum Fuku Shu Nore Mogi Serayu Kushina Ora Huru Nani Mutangis Baha Butcher and Bosuno Namam Bagabana Usni Sai Rudus Forus Valatis Lucana Sorpata Sarhanis Vaha Shor Kanjis I Bosus Womro Ligis Vaha Desi She Bosu Samjam Jasas Vaha Tarabosus Namas Matabu Haram Kurula Hot Pavetat Tarinis Vaha Senju Sanken Kanjis I Bosu Pajal Darmari Patu Kanjis I Bosu Matru Baba Humfats Vaha George Kanjis I Bosu Maha Kurun Karis Vaha Jonathan Kanjis I Bosu Kalikoli Konkis Vaha Norin Kanjis I Bosu Parmes Malish Valhum Konkol Hatum Pajal Satar Harinya Bosu Tishri Shuta Visharis Vaha Fusion Bosu Samyas Vam Mojo Bosu Makane Maru Bosu Matreas Vaha Jesus Bosu no Namaha Hapis Marias Vaha Kukor Bosu Namarkasam Korbari Omarika Mare Moris Vaha Nicol Bosu Triptotis Vaha Kokoro Bosu Kamar Paris Vaha Portol Mayo Namasamata Pasrano Kanamarusana Sotea Hum Tratham Ko Sanze my home soon Marni Sumpa home Sashra home like home Dori my home after home fan Taito my home Sri Kalarupa home comes Baha Konkuria my home Fashra Yaksa home Aizen my home Maraga Pashur Snisa Bashar Sarpasha home Pam Kujaku my home Maroka Kates Baha Sarbo Konji Kompai Kamais Baha Hong Sam Kong Giron Fish Rock Saran Shahum Baha Zeni Shidorchi Janasis Baha Chikuku Karsara Tamaras Bahas Sor Chotanum Verodax Axir Patais Vahas Como Kutrum Verodax Samanagi Patais Vaha Tomotrum Vis Robanis Vaha Benzaitinum Saraswakis Vaha Taiko Kutrum Kalarias Vaha Kichi Jotrum Haxreas Vaha Karin Taimom to the Mari Haritis Vaha Taikini Tinom Reas Vaha Marishitinom Marisias Vaha Tashukun Kitinom Rika Hums Vaha En Israël sorgne pesu til Netru Ashrenujas Kapru Sharada Merperu Ships Kapukin Jeru Arkatem Sekim Neverum Matikin Javemi Nu Nepsico Mari Washarap Nyatkarat Sharaf Demi Nevish Bara Sharaf Sef Hotarum Sun Hidden Minikinum Nor Capriset Hesed Papanam Kiminu Torfneb Nebu Nebsako Petem Tarish I am the Harun Nevari Toy Buan or Tepin Suru of Suru Nepot Neteru Seven Mohocha Toy Taran Nesta Farada Kemar Mutavnu da pepe taset never tai tameshara pumahi the pontoda namoy portapset neptotet cantatet harmahi taranteming into water to a shep something at the mehe abam drui or shapas kaminoasen at the mehi hab judy jutapadam kefru taman kabaro manad have had shapashare ari abasarabe diamasa has a sauce happy so hot or sorpo harpi egnamoi harente man and got the cotton romari corsicatura romarcurti Herod had tarema herunes rat have perua herumenenu herud had henomanarku heru soisor tapioi gatar kerepti tenes man the bear who that can rubinus mamor patke can the carpes let's at them to os already and seven kereps ari keros americarud Reis, a carina so women to some ketu to metu also kuna leger senese head so arek para can suke to us who are rich them scutum can we are henuman senator rada apakeramu de paradio ocean can move up by set su afne katun kit hedek ge bosa na buramini min hetren petse pette hetren en avance jere ketu regir marse ken ren penne tetra ta shetu sheta ta tat bua bua sekem pet kem toy ren abu abu ken se het te bijou abu ma hes kem resu sekem toy ben bi umuet segment bas beget baste par bas tu was et roja segment men het parai sekun no bashira de sort nimi herin tiakus et tar pakos et kerem sermente tu it kemus et kurse brux en ubri bes ke bikebesh semenetes mar heb sarha pep sarha meru seken ma pesh peti pen nam kalpin na hetor norti maria pen mo padem ke suwash nat kordia pishu am sena pam sekuna mare ti mati tu fu momenti man every you severy carries ne harui ab never tem separe ma pa hu tur gedi nerhi ne heb never ne heb kolje sorte pan heb ne ma har heri te pretu ef ne beti fesu ben mentu nutze kapu shisher sepkult abut meurt montoye sabu jukot ne mo ai peshnes mu kharen shepetor snenken netter en kafti en netter kemistu nam ket neptu timrens kemetu nebertu dramasu shiati karen jajar atu araten terti nepet doser when any sanani so jack en an excellent goy rush jatek na hesek kru poe kem shari wa man ki priu you were nick shon asian en niger you oser you motivated you wabek to a complexmen wabsik mek one that clean for that you meroi sorry ekpertatum seknasa kerti ek dem that you the one am so to an ekomo pushov to an action cartman head nuken poem nefu song correctly atum tatek nani fu poem and my sort of textual the arnut tatek moni fu a met takasa serani fu wabu the and cat and mahati and java and a he and heri jaja tajasori mo or tapamiti kuakarema maru and I can get them to exenetic to a merry except you cannot had ever never had big you amit war pet nu bet mahat or amit hatef never had to woman he tarosa to tapnari mahatem kernut has you right nu kenyen that it petty chips as mary come holted never had or ships up and saw it mom at canary no saw his no saw it so but I'm get mutak messen to never tem necker but can manu resik never tep in the three doit up at him shishini never chalk high come taku she's like toy and tattoo at the man never do like the house of them holted the house of them holted and party must you party to viewing all man cut your right texture to the throne and param wood up blue no shishini up param kunetari when I am some rami boy my light and capernaum or hold tor sot kaprem pe watam jaratet unai un war ke musico shamo tek soi parti kupti ar shu par kem ne mer kem tak se gue sakar nu tek wene pen nu tek wab tara on paek per tuae nu tan ma tiu kopsen of voice nek toy kem or chu to ne pri asamat nu en pe moi ru ne maname sik bakem su pe preset senake na reit sapta pem so kapran nu kutap ke ro on taram saran keti kuama kai wene kapran nu mesa suki nu tuai param kamu tafne albu you know that yum kasuti selenek yo weapon set hen nek tai mu hoek na tari team sekimi mi pet na tramen he na suar hen nu shishake kishuri nen sefem skeret ai ko my injer who in the three wall heru tetsu masu shab du wata pishara yen wene nek nefara nesrai korashar workuki atin eskamamu nenengin sakapruta fim tefumuntum flut ora beuro shor netrong ne marek on kora nebu pesere kai neme airek hekep netru ha nebu jorek tara nem shishik balar kenet karadek nemek karamo tabu sikot kapte kota peknal jata pran nefru ekinen juti washa ti weso tepenefu washa fu washa so washa masem shisar mahen toren petronasana pani sekero keneset Kurani seruari sarpatai wai sarpatwai sharini seruan sarnu kapram kapria kapra kapru kapram kapra nebem kapra kapram nusub kapram kapra kapri param bramun param mam yes una urna ankaratan mansin keberta unoatan ben keberta un setoi setro sor sabai kuke trami karkabi me tu ari tu tarai sabu watunarin abaik Seba Parisar Coronani on Coronal 2 years at the Japanese War, Shabu of Sigam Pensuti, Sabokaren, and Paramamku, Sikari Kivaraka Jara, to Amo Patamati, M. Netrakarta Makaro, Amunefsin Tenetru, Nemziakatanabru Astro Herush, Su Amu Amintum Sikida Manakano, Amono F. Senator, Nem Sabrasakana, Wabek, Wabek, Omsakamak, Karan, Wabek, Manatu, Sabrasakana, Quarter, Pekat, Kadak, Pushu neck. Sherba ilgar Salti kaite bitekken kana baiken og hatten baiken kaite hjertek makne tro var en schreikne besche petke die had en net en kuse mon nu kem shishet met die keke you had some skorashe mi to ana me keke saren kebi en men or du selen kaisen en nemin septem kini anin ka kara pa kuwa tait na reshe ruwa uno rekwa bora ko maram kanen peden sat nu net sepeki tu meki moriko ke so taparena ken shum nu taptuni at biatin di panedi wo panepani na tro mara sana sekte braket and had to nudi of simuni fuamentun skip sarate mepson jara jara mapas karabeso tapos sarata paraina kapruasin to and kapaya kapen hotet trapurun shinu et tuini et beat up never immense newt kev newt Kebra, ra, kansu, arsam toki shapu para sham truna, arsam toki shapu para sham truna, arsam toki shapu para sham truna, abra. Thank you for being present for that. If you have not been present for that before, or perhaps you have and you did not hear the explanation, essentially what we did in that succession of words of power in ancient languages from Kemetic ancient Egyptian to old Japanese. There's there's a couple other ones in there, and we acknowledge the elements, the four elements. We brought forth the arrangement of the architects of this world, and we activated our chakra systems, and we called 50 very powerful allies and a few other allies that are very powerful. And they don't want to mess with nobody. They don't want nobody extra. They don't want no extra work. But if the light doesn't want to be interfered with, if something wants to interfere with the light, I should say, then, well, these energies are going to step up and take care of that so that the good work can happen. With that, I've been reading for a few days, and this book that I've pulled up today is one of my favorites. And that last portion in ancient Egyptian that I just read, that very portion, that old spell, very modern, taking one through the book through the hall of justice. I mean, and in saying that, it's not deeming a bad justice or a good justice. It's weighing the heart, and this is more working with than a bad outcome. This is how we get better. It's not about the bad. It's not about a negative side of things in this aspect, anyways. And in that book, in that ancient language, where I found is essentially contained within this book. And it's a sacred magic of ancient Egypt, the spiritual practice. And we're jumping into chapter 3, cosmic resonance. I mean, this is, if I'm going to help somebody, if I'm going to give them some books to read, this is probably going to be book number 3 or 4. Very important. And this book opened up so many avenues for my life. Cosmic resonance. Thus they say that Osar, Osiris, was a general that Canopus, from whom the star took its name, was a pilot, and that the ship which the Greeks call Argo, being made in imitation of the ship of Osar, was in honor of him, turned into a constellation placed near Orion and the Dog Star, the former being sacred to Hero, and the latter to Olset. Pluror de Iserde et Osiarete. In modern life, we no longer use our ancient sense of cosmic orientation, the means by which we once ordinarily related to the natural world around us. The daily passage of the sun over the sky and the nightly procession of stars is no longer vital to our knowing the time or place where we are. Consequently, our sense of wholeness within a great system and our visual relationship within the outside world has receded. We do acknowledge that climate and seasonal conditions affect our conscious existence in many respects, such as the rhythm of our work and play, our choice of clothing, diet, and travel, but we often overlook that our unconscious sense of timing and communication with the natural world is deeply affected by these factors. All life in ancient Egypt was placed within the context of this cosmic orientation, and we often marvel at the apparent serenity and spiritual confidence that the ancestors possessed, forgetting that the tools they used, astronomy, geography, geometry, and architecture, were taught and used in an environment that encouraged a recognition of and a partnership with the natural and divine forces, and that these tools, a profound sense of cosmic orientation was maintained, and one's role in maintaining it was viewed as true spiritual work. Although the Nile has long since ceased to produce an annual inundation due to the construction of dams in our era, understanding the profound rhythm of this natural event and others associated with it is essential to realizing the character of Egyptian ritual and ceremony. To restore our cosmic orientation, we must leave our temporal field of time and enter the visible universe of ancient Egypt, where the rhythms of cosmic powers govern the life of human beings, nature, and even the gods. The concept of time was a powerful consideration in both secular and spiritual matters for the Egyptians. Although the realm of the gods was regarded as timeless, time, ne, it was also continuous, manifesting in cycles. The ebb and flow of cosmic life determined the appearances of the gods, but it was resolute and eternal. In the visible world, events took place in linear time, the jet, and were likewise determined by the ebb and flow of cosmic life through the mediums of heavenly bodies. 3 rhythms. three rhythms: lunar, solar, and stellar. Lunar, solar, and stellar. Three rhythms were regarded as the principal forces affecting linear time, and they are embodied in the three dimensions of cosmic activity. Stepping into the lunar rhythm, we start to understand that one of the spiritual realities transmitting in the esoteric traditions is that all life is dependent upon nature's rhythms, seasons, and cycles. Of these, the two luminaries, the moon and the sun, represent rhythms that are particularly relevant to human life. Scholars believe that a lunar calendar was the first invention for tracking time in ancient Egypt, commencing with the first visible silver of light from the crescent new moon. A cycle of 29 and a half days was observed. The synodic period measured from new moon to new moon. This period is comprised of two hemicycles, 14 and a half waxing days and 14 and a half waning days of lunar light. This monthly cycle is further divided into quarters of 7.5 days each. These measure are the basis for the lunar week and month used from ancient to modern times. The flux of waxing and waning light in the sky is deeply embedded in the symbolism of lunar phenomena. At the commencement of the lunar cycle, the new moon, the sun, and the moon are conjoined at the same location in the sky. The ancients viewed this as the union of masculine, solar, and feminine lunar principles in the numerous legends of the mating of gods. One such theme in the Egyptian ceremony is the union of Hiru and Her, deities of the Dendera triad, memorialized in the great festivals celebrated at their temples of Erfu and Dendera, held on the new moon of the 11th month of the solar year. This event is symbolized in the crown of the goddess, the solar disk contained in the two horns, waxing and waning crescents of the lunar orb. As the new moon, there is no visible light, but by day 3, following the sol lunar conjunction, the first crescent of a light appears. By day 7, the first quarter is apparent with light illuminating half the disk of the moon, and between days 14 and 15, the face of the moon is fully illuminated by the reflected light of the sun, which lies opposite in the sky. After this event, the full moon begins to diminish in the ensuing days until it loses light altogether, following the waning crescent in the sky. The full cycle of lunar days is visually depicted in one of the astronomical friezes of Heru's temple at Dendera. Here, the days of the lunar month are noted along with lunar festivals through in unique terms, recalling that the new moon was determined from the first visible silver sliver of the crescent. This would occur after day 2 of the new synodic cycle. This explains why the quarter moon celebration was named the 6 day feast, 6 days following the first visible crescent, and the full moon was named the 14-day feast, 14 days following the first visible crescent. 12 lunar months comprise a lunar year of 354 days. The span of time is naturally shorter than the length of the solar year that most are familiar with, and attempts throughout time by many cultures to reconcile the two calendar types of lunar and solar years have been attempted. The Egyptians were no different and included a 13th lunar month of variable length. As a particular figure shows, the lunar calendar was never abandoned and, in fact, was the more consistently followed calendar throughout dynastic times. It determined most regional festivals for the temples and marked the periods for making offerings at the tomb. At the 6 day feast and at the end of the lunar year, in a great ceremony of offering of all ancestral souls. The lunar calendar, followed by the ancient Egyptians, is still in use today, though pertinent only to religious observances. In the Jewish tradition, Passover is calculated as the first full moon following the spring equinox. For Muslims, Eid al-Adha, the Hajj or journey to Mecca, is also determined by the first full moon following the spring equinox. For Christians, Easter is celebrated on the first Sunday after the full moon following the spring equinox, and in the Oriental calendar, the new year is determined by the first new moon following the sun's entry into Aquarius. Though most cultures, including the Egyptians, viewed the lunar rhythm as feminine in nature, the lunar cycle of growth and diminishment is uniquely embodied in the saga of the Heliopolitan god Asar, a deity closely associated with the variable phases of the moon. Egyptian legend tells that as first regent of Egypt, in the mists of antiquity, Al-Saud, along with his faithful sister consort, Al-Set, brought order and civilization to Egypt. However, the universal affection of Al-Saud by all brought deep jealousy from his brother Set. As a result, he became the victim of a number of nefarious acts, which ended in his murder and dismemberment into 14 pieces by Set and his confederates. However, Assad was magically restored through the intervention of the gods and the magic of Alset. With his life renewed, he became governor of the shadow worlds, the vast invisible regions beyond the material world where all ancestral souls reside. Consequently, it was believed that all return to the realm of this deity when the physical life comes to an end. The astronomical rhythm of the moon is woven into this myth, from the reassembly of Asar's 14 members by Set and their sister Nebuchadnezzar to the lunar eclipse following his demise that signaled the ascendancy of Set. Most importantly, All-Salt assumes the pulse of the lunar principle in nature as the function of the reoccurrence in the life cycle and the power of transcendence. For even though the moon is subject to waning and waxing light by virtue of its variable course, its repetitious return defeats the forces of dissolution by promising continued renewal. Thus, Allsark defeated Set by becoming whole and entering a realm beyond the temporal powers in nature. In Egyptian ceremony, the diminishment of Allsar's power and its return is observed throughout the lunar cycle. At the new moon, his reappearance is celebrated, and at the full moon, his restoration is commemorated. Following this, his dismemberment is solemnized, concluding with a rite of mourning and non activity in the dark period before the next new moon, when his life returns. Throughout this cycle, lunar ceremonies usually take the form of material offerings, acts of feeding that magically restore the Netar's waning power until they return. In the field of time, represented by the lunar orb, the new moon evokes the inauguration of enterprises and enhances the growth of new endeavors, such as the founding of the temple and the commencement of journeys, as the symbiosis of sun and moon. This period represents the planting of the physical seed in the womb of time, which will come to fruition at the full moon, when the body is inhabited by the spirit and dark matter is illumined by the powers of light. Eclipses in ancient Egypt were regarded as periods of Set's ascendancy. Temple ritual was suspended, and ancient chroniclers report that the priesthood stayed within the confines of the divine house. You know what? I'm going to stop for a moment. I want to reverse to dark matter. It talked about dark matter said. I'm going to reread the sentence. Forgive me or not. I don't care. As the symbiosis of sun and moon, this period represents the planting of the physical seed in the womb of time, which will come to fruition at the full moon when the body is inhabited by the spirit and dark matter is illumined by the powers of light. Okay, dark matter is illumined. Dark matter can be seen. What? What? Scientists are using all types of things to discover what dark matter is. And you have the ability to literally read it with the most awesome invention this planet can produce. Your mind, your chakras, your body, your life is the most amazing and powerful creation on this planet. And that's why everybody wants you to work for them. That's why everybody wants you to be a follower of them. Because if you follow them, if you give them your money, if you bow by waking up and going to their job every day, then you empower them with all of the might that you have within you. Okay? Anyways, you can talk to dark matter. It's you don't have to smash out objects and use instruments. Just tune the chakras. Anyways, I'm moving on. Eclipses and wait for the right moments, of course, like we're talking about, bro, the moon. Maybe scientists, if there's any scientists that are working on dark matter and you happen to tune into my channel, maybe you should like look at that dark matter while full moon is shining through. You know what I'm saying? All right. Moving on. Eclipses in ancient Egypt are regarded as periods of Seth's ascendancy. Temple ritual was suspended, and ancient chroniclers report that the priesthood stayed within the confines of the divine house. The solar eclipse occurring at the new moon was an event that recalled a legend involving Ra, the sun god, and all Set. The diminishment of the sun's face by the lunar orb represents Ra's advancement in age and his enfeeblement. This allowed the goddess to administer a position so that she could extort his secret name in exchange for neutralizing the affliction. By obtaining the name, she was able to pass it on to her son Hiru, thereby ensuring the transmission of royal power to the pharaoh, to the king incarnate ever after. The solar eclipse symbolizes the loss of the sun's god's powers and their restoration by all Set's magic. Hence, at the onset of the cosmic event, the recitation of the 75 divine names of Ra was performed in the temple. The lunar eclipse occurring at the full moon is an event that recalls the murder of Osod by Set, symbolized by the face of the moon that is diminished by the earth's shadow. These were regarded as particularly nefarious and called for the highest magic to avert the reign of Set's powers of chaos. Rituals took the form of long vigils that emulated the mourning of All Set and Neb had for their brother, and the restoration of his breath and revival of his form through the conception of his son Hiru, 14 days later at the following new moon. Every temple tradition followed a cycle of ceremonies that included daily observances, monthly rites, and annual festivals that were specific to the cosmogony of the temple and the particular events in the lives of the Netru it served. The lunar principle is honored through observance of Kesu rites or prescriptions. These most often take the form of offering living goods through the lunar cycle, nourishment derived from animal and plant sources. The Kesu also included daily purifications, which represent the renewal of the material form in cyclic periods. In all, the Kesu form the basic components of temple practice. The principle. Next, we have the solar rhythm. See, and like these to me were significant, okay? The calendar system is massive. It's massive because everything that they did on in the ancients that I found, they used three forms. If they were gonna do something, if they were gonna plan something in life, they used three different calendars primarily in the ancient days. Three different calendars, and they aligned with what they were gonna do at the correct moment in using those three calendars. If somebody was doing some type of math or calculation on something in the world, they would use three forms to get to their conclusion. In the basis of three, we don't just confirm our work, we verify its effectiveness. And so, in the creation of what we're going to do in this world, uh, when we make it in accordance with the moon, with the sun, and with the cosmos and events of our secular world all in play, your plan goes through and the other person is wondering. They're like, yo, I had all the cards in my hand, I had the best hand, I was gonna win that poker round, but you wound up winning because you planned. You could have the most perfect everything, but if you show up at the wrong time, it was all for naught. So this information is so important, and I'm happy to be sharing it. Next, we have the solar rhythm. The principle of the solar circuit through the sky had great significance to the Egyptians. The daily rhythm of sunrise, the sun's culmination overhead, and this sunset presented another reality to the ancient Egyptians. It spoke of the ascent and descent of divine light that was in a continual flux with the duat, the invisible sky, or shadow world. The solar passage through the sky was especially important in funerary literature, namely the Book of Gates, the Spell of the 12 Caves, and the Books of the Sky, also known as the Book of Day and the Book of Night. In these works, the solar journey through each of the hours of night and day is depicted as critical to the continuous renewal of life for the sojourning soul. With lunar cycle that varied through the seasons, the Egyptians also instituted a civil calendar of 360 days based on the three seasons brought by the Nile. This calendar was closely associated with the solar cycle of equinoxes, equal night and day. And when the Earth's equator and the sun's path coincided, and with the solstices, the sun standing still, when the sun is farthest north or south on the horizon, like the lunar calendar. The Egyptian solar calendar was comprised of 12 months, but each consisted of 30 days, with 3 weeks of 10 days duration in each month. To this was added the epigomene, the Greek added 5 days dedicated to the birth of the five solar deities, Osar, Set, Hiru, Hiru the Great, all set and Nebuchadnezzar. This calendar resulted in a total of 365 days, approximating the length of the tropical year. 365 12.25 days exactly, the time between two successive spring equinoxes. The civil calendar was used to record events pertaining to the royal house and acts of government. An appropriate protocol as kingship is governed by the sun. It had some religious significance in the observation of the quarterly periods that called for the great festivals celebrated throughout the two lands, such as the Feast of Sokar, the Netru of latent vitality, held at the winter solstice, our December 22nd. The summer solstice, our June 21st, was most important as it coincided with the inundation of the Nile in ancient times. The solar principle is embodied in the legendary exploits of Hiru, son of Alsor. Hiru is essentially the incarnate sun, descendant of the powers of light brought by the cosmic gods. Hence, this fourfold exalted name, Ra, Atum, Harakate, Kepri, representing the four divisions of day in ancient times: dawn, noon, dusk, and midnight. As mender of discord, he subjugates the powers of Set in a series of battles and makes conscious the dark, unconscious side of human experience with his victory over the adversary, the shadow. He who resumes the pulse of the solar principle in nature is restorer of order in the temporal world and the power of fusion in spiritual realms. As principle of ascension, he makes possible the constitution of a body of light through his function of mastery. This is the vehicle that is entered by the initiate in order to migrate to the realm of the gods on the stellar journey that begins when the exigencies of earthly life are fulfilled. The Horian principle of order is also regulated by the goddess Mahat, who is depicted in a seat at the prow of the sun bark. It is she who ensures that the course of the sun follows the celestial path of vitality and truth, bringing illumination to all below. Other solar deities included Hiru the elder, of the Heliportianad, Heliportianad, who represents the latent powers of human experience that are awakened by the initiatory journey through the constellational year, and Ra, the source of light from the beginning of time. In the temple, the solar principle is honored through the observance of Iru, festivals of the sky, or cosmic events, also called Hebu Nupet. These are celebrated as the sun passes into new sectors of the celestial vault through the year, evoking the powers of cosmic beings whose seasons become active while the sun is stationed in their constellational signs. The Iru also include the Messen, the foundation, the ceremonies of establishing the four quarters of five elemental powers of the temple. Though the Egyptian solar calendar reflected the three agricultural seasons of the, the Nile Valley, the cycle of the four celestial periods was recognized and viewed as the ascent and descent of solar powers in the visible world. This is the solar passage through the constellations, through the ecliptical belt of the sky throughout the tropical year, beginning at the spring equinox when night and day are equal in length, and symbolically when the body and soul are in balance between the visible and invisible worlds. In ancient times, this period coincided with the return of the constellation Orion in the night sky, a harbinger of the powers of Asa becoming renewed. The Egyptians were particularly watchful of the solstices, the summer solstice coinciding with the Nile's initial inundation and the winter solstice marking the time of planting after the waters had receded. Each was observed with elaborate temple festivities that honored the Netru whose powers had become renewed and visible in the sky and on earth. The autumnal equinox marked the lengthening of night and the gradual diminishment of Orion in the sky, hence, it was associated with the waning powers of the solar gods and the incipient rule of dark forces. The ingress, or the entry of the sun into the constellations, is a metaphor of the soul's entry into the dimension of conscious creation. Ra, the divine creator, is the Netru who brings forth the five senses: Heka, Sia, Hu, Ma, Sejem, and in the process endows all the visible realms with the creative power he embodies. The annual rhythm of the 12 solar ingresses through the zodiacal mansions represent the construction of the body of light, which is assumed by the temple initiate prior to meeting the gods in cosmic realms. The theme of the body corresponds with cosmic principles, is still inherent in the astrological rulerships of the signs, their governing of regions of the body, physical functions, and metaphysical faculties. Next is the stellar rhythm. And before we jump in here, this is why many people don't understand. It is because if you ever decide to start living life according to solar, lunar, and as we're going to talk about this stellar rhythm here in a moment, then you're on a completely different timetable. People don't even understand what timetable they're on except for what the calendar is provided. The clock on the wall. That's my time zone. That's But when we actually start using more than that, no, they're not going to understand what you're saying. They're not going to understand what you're doing. They're not going to understand anything. So accept that. You're on a journey and adventure. Anyways, moving on. This stellar rhythm. Let me get some fresh coffee. Well, I'm just waking up my neighbors today, that's for sure. We're okay. No worries. Boom. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sorry, not sorry. But when I get a tripod, things will be a little bit more stable, that's for sure. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, more coffee. Hold on, let me wipe this off. We'll bring it back. I can do it. Hold on. I'll get it. Boom. We back in business. Maybe the universe wanted me to show you this. Maybe that's why they did that. You might want to take a picture and you might have to flip the camera around, like when you take the picture or whatever the case. But I'm going to put these images here. So if you want to take a screenshot and try to get that, you can. And I apologize for the non clarity. All right, here. Stellar rhythm. maybe that'll be better. Hold on. Yeah, see, oh, like, wait a moment. I think maybe that'll work. Yeah, okay. We'll see. We'll find out. It's a journey. So you can reprogram how you respond to things. You can train yourself to, like, think about a possum, right? The possum, they play dead. If something happens, they don't like run, they drop and they play dead. So good that time after time after time that you ever seen a possum playing dead, dang, they pretty damn dead, but they're not. You can train yourself to become aware when things happen. You can train yourself to become calm when things happen. You can train yourself however you want to. Anyways, moving on. The stellar rhythm. Another spiritual reality the Egyptians recognized was the eternal, unchanging nature of divine life, independent of the cycles imposed on Earth by the two luminaries. The sidereal stellar year was known to them, the period of time between two successive appearances of a star at the same place in the sky as seen on Earth, 365.25636 days. The 20-minute discrepancy between the solar and sidereal years is caused by the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon brought by the wobble of the Earth's poles and the very gradual backward movement of the spring equinox through the constellations along the ecliptic. 4,000 years ago, the summer solstice in Egypt coincided with the helical rising of the sacred star Sopdet, the cosmic form of all set, the Divine Mother. And this event also heralded the beginning of the Nile's inundation. It was a time known as the Night of the Teardrop, commemorating the legendary event of Set discovering the death of her husband and the tears shed by the goddess, which hastened the rise of the river. It is still celebrated in modern Egypt as Laylat al-Nurta. Sabdet became the primary marker of the celestial sphere as a result of her synchronous appearance with the solstice and the inundation in ancient times. As a result, the star became the Verdushul, the starting point for a stellar calendar that calculated both time and the seasons with great accuracy. The Sothic calendar from Sothis, the Greek name for this star, was used to record sacred time, events in temple ritual, and the movement of celestial bodies through the sky. The mythological landscape of Sopdept is reflected in the transformative powers of Set, mistress of magic, wife of the hibernating god, and mother of the victorious son of light. She represents the culmination of cyclic experience from the periodic waxing and waning of physical power embodied by Asar to the balance of dark and light moral forces personified by Hiru. In her sphere, stellar light is infused into the soul through the mystic process of initiation, just as the goddess infused breath into the lifeless body of her husband. Through her, the creative principle is aroused as the conception of Hiru was affected by her powers of rejuvenation, enabling one to enter the region of cosmic life and become a member of the divine retinue. In the temple, the stellar principle is honored through observances of Haru Teru, festivals or feasts of the calendar. These most often take the form of special rites that endow the powers of the Netru periods. The Hebu also form the celebratory components of temple practice. You know, you know or you don't know, don't you know, that that is so real, enabling one to enter the region of cosmic life and become a member of the divine retinue. I read retinue and I see family. Who else is going to be in that boat? Who else is going to be in that house? Who else is going to have those connections? Through every faith and every way, no matter if you want to call it Egyptian or another one, we wind up making contact with the divine family. And when you make contact, their guidance is imperceptible to everybody except you. You can see it, and no one else can. That's why that's for you. That's your story. That's your path. And I think it's an amazing thing when our paths just kind of seem to line up next to each other, and the fence, the shrubbery between the way, between paths, the shrubbery's rather low. I'm like, oh, hey, Joe, what do you know? Happened to get down here about at the same time. Interesting how our paths lined up. Anyways, moving on to sacred time. Ancient timekeeping may have initially arose out of the necessity for ensuring that a predictable order exists and a method for understanding that order could be employed on a regular basis. In the temple, the ending of the dark hours and the appearances of light was one such requisite, as the deity was believed to awaken to a world full of life and descend into the divine house in periodic episodes dictated by the cosmogony of the temple tradition. This could be hourly, daily, monthly, or annually, but the return of the Netru from its celestial abode at an appointed time ensured the embodiment of divine life, and this was the essential function of the temple in ancient times. As a result, the observation of the passage of the sun took place during daylight, and the monitoring of stars moving across the vault of the sky throughout the night established the protocol of astronomer priests who practiced their art in observatories on temple roofs. These specialists brought into being a system of timekeeping that we have inherited, along with the renowned sacred astronomy of Egypt. It is the latter system we have overlooked in modern times, resulting in our loss of knowing the periods of cycles and celestial powers that await our understanding and use. As the Earth rotates daily on its axis, the full circle of stars passes overhead through four, though for approximately only half that time are the stars visible to the naked eye. The Egyptians recognized that certain groupings of stars appeared at different times on the horizon at dawn or dusk, depending on the time of the year. They were then followed by other stars, which shifted across the sky in a predictable manner. Careful observation revealed that the appearance of these stars were consistent with the passage of time, and so they became chronicators, markers for a system of timekeeping that was associated with the appearances of divine forces. In this system, every star is regarded as a ba, or divine appearance of one of the gods, and this appearance has an influence on the world below. As such, The stars are indicators of beneficial or detrimental conditions for certain actions or enterprises in both the sacred and secular realms. 36 star groups, which lie in a belt at the southern expanse of the the sun's path, became incorporated into the system. Each group acquired a name and associated spirit guardian, although the order and names vary somewhat according to the historical period when they were inscribed in tombs or on papyri in the temple archives. Nevertheless, the number of 36 remains invariable, and since these figures divide the 360 circle of the ecliptic into 10-degree segments, they are collectively referred to as decanoi, the Greek term for groups of 10. The time between the appearance of one decan and the next on the horizon at the equinoxes, when day and night are equal, would translate into 40 minutes. This change with the season and latitude of the observer in this manner, the decans served as markers for nocturnal hours as they transited the horizon. Obviously, not all 36 decans would appear visibly on the horizon because daylight obscures the stars for half the day, but they would have their turn on the night horizon at some point in the year, which to the careful observer will signal the beginning or ending of a season. Thus, the decans also served as markers for the weeks, decades, and months of the year. The appearance of each decan successively at dusk in the eastern sky at 10-day intervals signaled the beginning of a new week. These two observational systems, the transit decans and decades, were in use during pharaonic times. The former used at night, the acrononical risings to mark the hours, and the latter used at dawn the heliacal risings to determine the beginning of the year and hence the seasons and weeks. Each used a different star or asterism to mark its beginning. The Hermetic writings of the Greco Roman period emphasized the influence of the decanoi, the force which works in all events that befall men collectively comes from the decans. For instance, overthrows of kingdoms, revolts of cities, famines, pestilences, overflowings of the sea, earthquakes. None of these things, my son, take place without the workings of the decans. Hermes tortat excerpt 6 of 8. Such conditions are denoted by some of the Decan descriptions, others by the deities with which they were associated. Each Decan possesses a spirit guardian who characterizes its action, a Netar who governs it, and certain minerals or plant that embody its powers. For the most part, the Netar is often one of the deities of the Helipolti and the solar rhythm, or one of the four genii of the funerary quaternary. Associations with a genie all convey the elemental character of each asterism. In the realms of fire, Krabisunov, earth, Duamutef, air, Imseth, and water, Harpi. These attributes exemplify the essence of Egypt's sacred astronomy, which later disseminated to Greece and Rome as astrological magic. Unlike the zodiac, the 12 constellations that lie along the ecliptic or sun's path, the Egyptian decanal belt was measured along the celestial equator, which is south of the ecliptic and parallel to it. Thus, only portions of the western zodiacal constellations fall in the Egyptian system. We are not certain which stars comprise each decan, as the lists vary in the description of the sky where they are located. However, the fiducial, the starting point, is always indicated, and it usually falls in the region of the constellations Orion and Canis Major, parallel the constellations of Gemini and Cancer. The marking and enumerating of the decans was an important activity in the temples, as temple records show. These confirm that the observations of stars was integral to the timing of certain rites throughout the day and night. But the Decans had another magical purpose. Some tombs and funerary papyri include lists of representations of decanal hours as guides to mark the passage of the souls through the duat or night sky. The Decan spirits inscribed in the tomb symbolically assisted the deceased through the darkness so that the soul could make its way to be reborn with the sun bark at dawn. It was believed that even in the heavenly regions, nefarious forces could block the journey of the sun, but the Decan spirits possessed the powers to dispel such obstacles. Given the proper timing, the soul could likewise proceed through the regions of the sky and become a celestial being. I'm going to keep reading, but I want to make point that this journey of the soul happens very much while you're living. This is not something that only happens when you die, but the soul interacts, grows, and lives every single day. Transference of souls into fleshly bodies is an ancient technology that you've never heard of, except in some religious cases in which they dress it up so beautifully. All you hear is miracle and virgin. The decans, each representing 136 of the celestial sphere, 36 times 10 to 360 degrees, marked time and night as they appeared in the east, culminated overhead, and set in the west. Approximately half, 18 of the transit decans would pass overhead on a given night. 18 decans times 40 minutes equals 720 minutes. And since the Egyptians used the sexagesimal system of mathematics, 720 over 60 equals or 720 divided by 60 equals 12 hours, it became obvious that the solar phases of night and day fell into 24 periods, 12 hours times 2, the origin of our own system of timekeeping. The calendar weeks commenced with the appearance of a new decan rising in the night sky over 10 days. The last day of each week was generally regarded as the Day of the Dead, and funerary offerings could be presented on those days without deviating from the lunar calendar of offerings. At Philae, the mourning of Ulsa for her dead husband was reenacted on these days, with a journey by a priestess of the temple to the adjacent island of Birka, the Abartan Greek for reserved place, where the god was believed to have been secreted prior to his reconstitution at Abydos. Offerings of milk were made, and ancient inscriptions disclosed that 365 offering bowls were filled in the sanctuary at each ceremony. We actually even covered that very information in one of the ceremonies that I go over that you may have witnessed yourself. And this is what the Egyptians, like every single place, every region on the world had a specific ability which allowed the whole world to function beautifully. And one thing I learned about the Egyptians, about the Cometics of old, my family, is we knew how to transfer souls into bodies. A good soul gonna get a good body. In this world, what we've been living in, they've been blocking that. Them doors I've been opening, been bringing in the guardians to let the good souls on through. Anyways, I'm moving on. Keep up. Or not. Decans are on two astronomical ceilings, that of the unoccupied tomb of Sermut and Deir el Bari, 1473 BCE, and the Osirian temple of Serti, the first at Abydos, 1303 BCE, represents the system used to mark the beginning of the 10 weeks, the decade, the 10-day weeks, the decades. Alternately, decans inscribed in some of the later Ramsey tombs represent the systems used to mark the hours, the transits. The later are so called star clocks because they visually depict the marking of time by the passage of stars from east to west in reference to an observance and a seated human figure, a valuable representation of the manner in which ancient astronomical observation was conducted. You know, in that scripture that talks about how God will wipe away every tear from your eye, the only way I could see every tear being wiped away from everybody's eye is if it was like lost relatives and everything came back and was like, yo, I found you. Like, if people came back to life and that was like, like my mom came back to life and like wiped the tears right away from my own eyes, but she was alive in another body. The soul does live on, and truly we the healers, this is who I'm talking to, the healers, all right, this is what you do, and you don't know that you do it. This is the power that we each have, is to ferry a good soul that had a horrible life before, and to ferry their soul into the most beautiful life where they have what they need because they've learned the lessons they have in the past. And we're not even consciously aware that this happens, but because of the development of your heart of love, because of your healing attitude, of the beating of your heart itself, it gives rise to this happening. And the very reason why our world has been suffering immensely is because thus the healers, we were few and shoved down because the bullies, they let the door in for bad souls. You did bad in the last life, you get to have a great body in the next life, and that's why they're doing all the bad things from a powerful position because they didn't earn the right for that life. They got in because, as you already know, it's about who you know, not what you know. You could know everything. You could know the greatest invention that's going to solve all the problems. But if you don't know the right people, well, either you're going to disappear or somebody going to take your idea and get really rich and you're just going to be a bum on the street. I mean, that's the way it usually has rolled in the past. But the amount of healers on the rise and active today, we change in the world. Don't even know it. It's okay. Keep having fun. Going on, moving forward. The transit decans begin with Sopdet, the star whose helical rising marked not only the beginning of the sidereal year, but the legendary beginning of the hours in timeless time. For this reason, it stood apart from the rest of the decanal stars as leader or harbinger of cycles. The foregoing list of transit decans begins with the position of Sirius in 2780 BCE along with this current era. It is divided into 10-degree increments from the reference point. It is important to note that the Egyptians recorded their stars as they gradually shifted from the vernal equinox over the ages and did not use a stationary, a tropical system as most modern astrologers do. The position of Sirius for epoch 2000 is 19 degrees 15 foot off Gemini in the sidereal moving zodiac, or 13 degrees 30 foot of Cancer in the tropical stationary zodiac. The decans in this set were observed to rise in the east as the sun was setting, known as acronical rising, in a linear frieze at the Dendera temple. They are depicted as deities on barks sailing through the sky. Like a boat, a bark. See, a boat, a bark sailing to the sun. See, Their successive appearance on the night horizon indicated the passage of time in sacred hours, chronicators, and the flow of divine forces through the heavens. This table may be used to gauge sacred time in the temple through astronomical skill in locating the fiducial star is required. Fiducial, the starting star is required. However, planetarium type computer programs can easily provide the time for the appearance of Sirius on the local horizon, which commences the 36 decanal hours. We can see how, in Egyptian timekeeping systems, the decans observed each night would, by their appearance in the eastern sky, mark the passage of hours. At the same time, the appearance of a decan in the eastern pre-dawn sky, the helical rising, throughout the year signaled another event, the beginning of a 10-day period when it would be seen in that location until replaced by a predictable successor. The Decan stars that appeared in this manner, properly called decades, designated the beginnings of the Egyptian week. This was the system used to observe the annual rising of Sopdet, which heralded the beginning of the sacred sidereal year. The secondary application of the decans commences with the week of the summer solstice, which in ancient times coincided with the beginning of the Nile floods and thus falls near the region of Sirius. It is this decan set that emerged with Hellenistic astrology and came to represent the variable powers working through the zodiac. The great temple of Herhor at Dendera and the temple of Khnum at Esna, last inscribed during the Ptolemaic period and considerably influenced by Greek astronomy, detailed both decanal belts and a number of zodiacal schemes, both linear and circular. The well known circular zodiac at Dendera, the only one of its kind in Egypt, positions the decans in their direction north and south of the ecliptic, while a linear zodiac in another part of the temple positions them as they overlay the signs of the zodiac. It is the circular zodiac that offers the most intriguing information about Egyptian sacred astronomy. The foregoing list describes the decanal belt in this zodiac, which represents a fusion of the transit decans and decades for the period in which it was inscribed, 30 BCE. Further positions in the sky refer to the numbered circle of figures. The first Decan spirit, Katamut, lies to the left of the temple axis, and the rest follow clockwise. The assignments of the decans in this list to the zodiac refer to the constellational signs or the sidereal zodiac. Nice. You mentioned 36 spirits, 36 of these decad uh, deities. And so that's what we're going to cover next is their specific qualities. By being aware of these qualities, they they are truly a map for your soul. Here's the reality, okay? Your subconscious remembers everything if you train it to. Okay? If you learn information and then trash it, if you have short term memory, then this doesn't you gotta train yourself to want long term memory. That's what you're programming your mind and your heart and your soul, which completely combine as your subconscious. Okay, those thoughts we don't consider, but those nudges that we have in life from within. Okay, so all of this information, we are going to put it into long term storage. And now that we know we want long term storage, now everything we learn is going to be there. That information is what the soul has when you go to sleep to travel while your body does nothing. Your soul flies and takes care of things. And if you sat and listened to the information, whatever it was, from me, from someone else, whatever the case, a book you read, and you store it into your long term that this is important to you, your soul, your true indwelling intelligence, that consciousness flies at night and has all that information to go and do what it needs to. It's not about controlling your astral travels. It's about fueling up with the information that your soul needs. That's that's when we can spend days doing all sorts of things, working, cleaning, moving, brushing, and we don't feel like we accomplished anything. We don't feel like we got the job done. We still feel longing like, damn, the heck, man. Silence causes the brain to process information at that subconscious level. I'm telling you, maybe you got to work up to it. Maybe you do it already, but if you don't, spend 30 minutes a day in total, as much silence as you can. If there's, honking or whatever musical and you can't control it, then oh well. No worries. Don't wait for the end of the day at night. Whatever. Get it out the way. But just spend 30 minutes just in your own silence of speaking. And it's amazing how much you will process all that the soul does at night when you're asleep and succeeds in, it comes back and updates the body. And that's why we can have very smooth days, like everything's magically delicious and lining up. And then we can have other days which everything's going wrong. Thing after thing after thing is going wrong after wrong after wrong. Because we blocked our soul, we blocked learning, we blocked information that we needed. We didn't know we needed it. It wasn't practical to the 3D life, of a bell or something. Anyways, continuing on, the Decan spirits in the Dendeta zodiac. So there's 36 of them. And we're essentially just reading off their name and their description. The sacred baboon, Kermut, is a spirit with a human head wearing the double crown. This decan is marked by 9 stars. The last third of Cancer, its deity is Ba, the visible appearance of the sun god Ra. Above, a recumbent celestial cow reposes with Canopus, the navigator star, placed between her horns. In the second, we have Jeriu Kepthi Kermut, beneath the rump of Kermut, referring to its position west of the celestial cow. A falcon headed spirit wearing the double crown. It governs the first third of Leo and is marked by 3 stars. Its deity is Hiru, son of Alset. This region contains the star Regulus, as associated with Hiru in the Pharaonic tradition. The third is Hajat, bow of the ferry boat. A human headed spirit wearing a 4 feathered crown is marked by 3 stars. Governing the second third of Leo, its deity is Shu, Netar of cosmic wind. Shu, Shu. Number 4, Jat, the ferry boat. A falcon headed spirit wearing a white crown. It is marked by 3 stars, ruling the last third of Leo. Its deity is Geb. Fifth is the Pui Jat, the reed swamp of the ferry boat. A human headed spirit wearing the Atef crown, marked by 3 stars, ruling the first third of Virgo. Its deity is Alsar. Interesting. Sixth, Amat, the throne, a falcon headed spirit wearing a sun disk resting on horns, with a Urias outside the disk, governing the second third of Virgo and is marked by 6 stars. Its deity is Nefertum. Number 7, Uasharti, the place of darkness. A human headed spirit wearing a sun disk with Orias in the disk, marked by one star, ruling the last third of Virgo. Its deity is Ra. The region contains the star Sarpika, depicted by the ancients in an ear of corn. Number 8 is Bakai, Bakai, the pregnant, a human-headed spirit wearing the red crown with horns marked by one star governing the first third of Libra. Its deity is Asar. This region contains the star Arcturus, which formed the Asterizuminat, the ritual collar of Het that ensured breath for a soul in the Duat. Number 9, Ibset, the assessor, a falcon headed spirit wearing his sun disk with an Orius inside the disk, marked by one star, ruling the second third of Libra. Its deity is Ra. Number 10 is Sebsheshen, the guide or the peacemaker, a mummy-formed spirit, carrying the pharaonic crook and flail and wearing the crown of Alsar. It is marked by two stars, and the deity is Hiru, ruling the last third of Libra, and Philae, the appellation, lover of sunlight, is given to his asterism, an allusion to the star Alpha Centauri, one of the brightest stars in the sky, which lies near this region. 11 is Tepi Shentet, before the spheres, a crocodile headed spirit on a support with horns and sun disk, governing the first third of Scorpio. Its deity is Osar. This region contains the star Antares, associated with Serket, the scorpion goddess. Number 12 is Heri Ibuya, middle of the boat, a baboon in a bark marked by three stars, ruling the second third of Scorpio. Its deity is Ea, a mystic form of the full moon. Number 13 is Saberti, Kernui, the prophets, a serpent headed spirit marked by two stars, ruling the last third of Scorpio. Its deity is Hiru, son of all Set. This region contains the stars of Ophicus, the serpent holder, the serpent. Shesmu, the winepress, a human-headed spirit wearing a crown of Alsar with horns and Ori. Governing the first third of Sagittarius, it is marked by four stars, and the deity is Ra. This Decan spirit had a cult following from the Old Kingdom to the Roman period. At once a fearsome butcher in the pyramid text, master of perfumery in temple inscriptions, Shesmu was foremost regarded as a distiller of essences from plant to human. The galactic center is located in this region. 15. The Sa Shesmu, the offspring of Shesmu, a falcon headed spirit ruling the second third of Sagittarius. It is marked by three stars. Then we have 16th is Keri Keranem, regarded as one of the sacred baboons that foretell the appearance of dawn. This Decan spirit takes human form with a sun disk at its head. It is marked by two stars. It governs the last third of Sagittarius. This region contains the star Phasis, the eye of the archer. It is traditionally associated with war, soldiers, and violence, the domain of Sekhmet Bast in her protective aspect as patroness of the royal armies and as the flaming eye of Ra. 17. Tepi Asmad, beginning of the joiner. A serpent headed spirit marked by two stars rules the first third of Capricorn. Its deity is Hiru, who loves. Number 18 is Pas Ba'uarti, the flaming star. A ram with a sun disk crown on horns governs the second third of Capricorn. 19. Smar, what joins or unites an ibis headed spirit wearing the atef, the plumed crown with horns, marked by two stars, rules the last third of Capricorn. 20 is Surt, the goose, marked by 12 stars, governs the first third of Aquarius. At Dendera, the spirit is followed by a ram with a solar disk between his horns and is marked by one star. This region contains the stars of Aquila. 21 is Sasurt, the watcher of the goose. In this Decan, 8 bound captives are contained in a disk. Rules the second third of Aquarius, though it is depicted before Surt because its stars lie below it. Number 22, Tepi Arakui, before the shining ones. The Decan is represented by a jackal headed spirit and marked by one star. Rules the last third of Aquarius. Akui, the shining ones, depicted as a human headed spirit carrying a pectoral marked by 5 stars, rules the first third of Pisces, where the current vernal point, the equinox of March 20th, is located at 5 degrees 15 foot of Pisces in the sidereal zodiac. 24 is Tepi Atabawi, Atabari, before the souls. 4 ram heads are placed on a support with sun disk on horns marked by one star, ruling the second third of Pisces. Its deity is Harshe. 25 is Boy, the souls, a mummified seated spirit, headless with horns marked by 3 stars, governs the last third of Pisces. 26 is Kintu Heru, ship of Heru, a falcon headed spirit marked by one star, rules the first third of Aries. This region contains the stars of Cetus, the whale. Kintu Jeru, ship of sunrise, is number 27. A naked youth on a lotus throne with hands to mouth marked by 2 stars, governs the second third of Aries. 28 is Ked, the oarsman. 4 Orai on a support designate this asterism, which includes the ideogram for mooring post. Ruling the last third of Aries, its deity is Nefertum, nether of divine scent. Then we have number 28, Soy Ked, watchers or guardians of Ked, a ram's head with multiple horns and a sun disk, placed in a bark and marked by one star, governing the first third of Taurus. Its deity is Nefertum. Number 30 is Kol, the thousands, a kneeling human headed spirit with Orai on his head, marked by 7 stars representing the Pleiades. Ruler of the second third of Taurus, its deity is Osar. 31. Ayret, the jawbone, a swine marked by 12 stars, governs the last third of Taurus. Ayret is one of the serpent gods in the Duat who could be appeased with spells from the book of Going Forth. This region of the sky contains the Hyardes associated with Set and chaotic powers. Remen Hadi, lower shoulder of Orion, a human headed spirit marked by one star that represents Rezel, ruling the first third of Gemini. Its deity is Bastet, the benevolent cat goddess who brings domestic tranquility. This region is governed by the Sahu, the ascended spirits of the past who reside in the Orion constellation. Number 33 is Jez Irek, the girdle, a reference to the stars in Orion's belt. The spirit where is human headed, marked by 3 stars governing the second third of Gemini. Its deity is Samdep. Royal predictions were often based on cosmic conditions occurring when Sapdepta rose at the beginning of the year. Events concerning the coming harvest, the peace of Egypt, and the deaths of the royal persons are recorded. Remen Kerthi, number 34, the upper arm of Orion, an Evis headed serpent marked by one star, rules the last third of Gemini and is associated with the nether of bandages. Tariet at Edfu, she governs the royal linen and is called Mistress of the Robes. At Denera, she oversees the mummy swathings. In both spheres, she represents the magical power woven into linen garment of the king. In her serpent image, she protects grain from vermin. Number 35, Oiret, Oiret, the leg of Orion, a falcon-headed deity governing the first third of Cancer. Its deity is Shepset, a goddess of the Memphite theology who is associated with birth and is one of seven spirits, Sahu of Orion. It is here in the Dendata zodiac that the axis of the temple is marked by a falcon on a pillar, referring to the ancient Hiru Shemsu, the followers of Hiru, who founded both the temple and the tradition to which it belongs. This place in the sky also represents the abode of Sirius. The helical rising of this star was the major event in the temple's sacred calendar, and the culmination of Sirius in the sky established the direction of the temple's axis according to tradition. And last, 36, Pehui Heri, the reed swamp of Orion. Here, a falcon headed deity presides over the expanse of space governed by Orion. The asterism, marked by the two stars, rules the second third of Cancer. Now, the sacred astronomy of ancient Egypt was visual and cognitive, and understanding its spiritual dimension requires that we place ourselves in the ambient field of experience. The Egyptians did this by combining the lunar, solar, and stellar rhythms via ritual. In the system, the gods were endowed with their own seasons, periods of time that allowed their powers to be expressed and their influences to manifest in the phenomenal world of bringing change, variation, and stability. The Egyptian civil solar calendar, which does not allow for equinoctial precession, no longer coincides with the Sothic calendar as it last did in 139 CE for the year 2000. The helical rising of Sirius occurred on August 3rd of the Gregorian in Egypt, the equivalent of the fourth month of Akhet, Quraysh, day 14 in the Egyptian civil solar calendar. Thus, use of the Egyptian solar calendar is not practical for following the appropriate protocol of spiritual practice in Egyptian canon. Similarly, use of the lunar calendar requires observation of the annual rising of depth upon which it depends for accuracy, and this event occurs on different days, depending on the location of the temple north or south of the equator. The foregoing table of cosmic events lists the months of the solar calendar in line with their ideal times, synchronous with the Sothic calendar, which occurred in the year of the Sothic cycle, mm, negative 4,242, negative 2,782, negative 1,322, and 139 of the current era. However, it becomes apparent that all three Egyptian calendars, solar, lunar, and stellar, are reconciled by the zodiacal seasons, which overlap the solar and Sothic events of the calendars, and from which the lunar observances that fall between the months may be determined. The zodiacal seasons are determined by the sun's passage through the 12 constellations visible at dawn throughout the year, such as the constellation of Leo appears in the eastern horizon at sunrise between August 17th and September 18th. The zodiacal season begins with the ingress of the sun into the constellation and the observation of a new moon and full moon in that constellation. For example, in the month of January 2002, the sun will ingress into the constellation of Capricorn on the 15th, followed by the full moon of Capricorn that will take place on the 28th. The lunar phenomena is available from most modern calendars. The new moon of Capricorn follows on February 12th, and the sun will then ingress into the next constellation of Aquarius on February 14th. concluding the season of Capricorn. It should be pointed out here that the natural sequence of the new moon followed by the full moon in the same constellation does not always occur due to the fluke of the moon sometimes trailing rather than leading. The sun in the sky, however, each season will have a new and full moon in the same constellation, though the latter may occasionally precede the former, as in our example. We know that the ancients used the sidereal, the moving zodiac, as opposed to our predominantly tropical, a fixed system. But it is not requisite to follow a rigid scheme of the sun's precise entry into the visible constellations, a plan that is not even possible since the constellations have no agreed beginnings or endings. Indeed, the Egyptians allowed overlapping of celestial space when observing sacred places in the sky, and their philosophical approach was always one of inclusion rather than arbitrary demarcation or exclusion. From the realms of their deities to the meshing of their calendars, the ancients invited both fluidity and synthesis in their practice. It is also important to remember that in Egyptian esotericism, it is the cosmic resonance that provides the energy dynamic for the ceremonial plan to work and not its visible mechanics, a view that most ritualists can support. I've been some places and they got lots of money, whole lots of money. And what I'm doing is producing the same thing they're producing because all their money is going into visible mechanics to sell your ass as a bunch of nothing. It's a magician showing you a trick saying, get on in here. When they could have taken those funds and helped people live, they could have provided funds for, they could have let those people eat rather than charge. Anyways, I'm gonna keep moving forward. What the reason why I mentioned that is because I want you to know, like, I'm talking about to the core group here, to the core that I know is there. What you can do is more powerful than a temple, a church, than 1,000 people getting together under one person demanding that they follow their orders because they have money or power or something else. Your heart and what it can shape. Anyways, I'll keep reading. Thus, ceremonies in the Egyptian canon may be performed in the inception of any cosmic event, diurnally at each of the 12 hours of day or night, calculated in the method of planetary hours, monthly at new moon and or full moon, or throughout the year at the solar or constellation. For pursuits, the ingress dates for the sun and the constellations compared to the manner in which the ancient Egyptians used the sacred astronomy, though astrologers who adhere to the zodiac may observe the alternative. The equinox and solstice dates are not calendar dependent. Metaphorically, the 12 constellational seasons represent the 12 stages of constituting the divine body of both the gods and the spiritual aspect of the initiate. In liturgical calendar that marks these seasons and invokes the particular powers of their associated Netru will be presented using the ancient canon of ritual and temple tradition. The ceremony of each netar in this scheme is the articulation of a cosmic principle that has both come into being in timeless time and taken form in the moment of the here and now. This reality, though ever present in the cosmic environment, manifests in our dimension with the sun's passage through the zodiacal realms. In each season, the particular force of each nether rises like the sap in a plant life to become manifest in the mundane world and to assist in the construction of the spiritual body in the celestial world. The solar cosmology of Heliopolis constitutes the theme of this liturgy, with 12 ceremonies that have been adapted from ancient observances for these Netru. Each of the 12 ceremonies represents a station in the cosmic calendar that emanates a unique power on Earth, and each infuses its participants with the vital components for entry into divine life. The Egyptians believed that this was the fundamental inheritance of human beings and the ultimate goal of a fulfilled existence. Of the 42 Netru, those who illustrate the 12 principal functions of the zodiacal cycle are incorporated into the liturgy. Their assignments to the 12 signatures of the zodiac are based on the imagery of the sun, of Ra, who travels through the circuit of the sky through the heavenly vault of Nut's body every single day. Her children, Alsad, Alset, Set, and Nebahet, and their progeny, Hiru, the son of Alsad and Alset, and Anhu, son of Set and Nebahet, would necessarily have a close relationship with this phenomenon as well as with Newt's consort Geb. The remaining four signs of the zodiac are assigned to Hathor because she is associated closely with Hiru as his counterpart, as his wife, Juhurti and Mahar, because they are the only two celestial Netru who communicate through all worlds and are concerned with the circuits and cycles. And Sekhmet Bast, because of her close association with the sun as daughter, wife, and protector. Nut is the last sign of the zodiac because she is the beginning and the end of the sun's circuitous path. Just as Pisces is depicted as the two fish or the two sycamore trees of Nut that face both directions in the sky. While these 12 ceremonies have been designed for performance at the ingress of the sun into the zodiacal signs, it is entirely appropriate that they may also be performed at the new moon within each solar season, with one kavet. The rite of communion should be reserved for the full moon in the season, which is truly the time in the lunar month when the spiritual forces initially invoked at the new moon become manifest. Lunar theurgy is truly more successful then when the groundwork is laid at the beginning of the cycle, which is during the new moon, and the fruit of the work is harvested at its culmination, the full moon. And that is huge. I've been places and it's interesting. At particular moments in my life, it is very interesting. I'll wind up being on the road. I'll wind up traveling during a new moon, during a full moon, and obviously the observation is apparent, and everybody's rushing because whoever's driving the vehicle that I'm in, they're commenting, they're seeing, they're reacting. I mean, like just throughout so many years, and it's because so much is going on that normally it doesn't because the full moon, like, it's time to wrap that work up. And when I first started reading this information so many years ago, I had not understood these cycles and these rhythms. I had just known, sometimes the world's a little bit more chaotic than at other times. People are people. They want to do what they do. And then I started noticing, oh wait, it's the full moon, and oh, everybody's rushing to finish up whatever they started at the new moon, and they didn't even know it. But when those times do come around of the lunar and solar and what the celestial vault brings around, depending those energies, especially the full moon and the new moon, when those energies are brought around, boy, if we line up with what we are doing, if we start a new cycle, if we want to start a new behavior, if we want to start a new habit, if we want to create change in our life, the new moon is the day to impress it. And the biggest way you impress it, the biggest way is to do it. Don't talk about it, do it. Even if it's just a little bit of whatever it is you want to just do it. Get your hands dirty with it, as the expression goes. Get your hands involved, because that is going to tell the universe this is what we want to wrap up by the time the full moon comes around. And you work and you pay attention. I say work, but if you pay attention to that every day, then by the time the full moon comes, you'll actually be in a state of peace and calm because you already completed the work you needed to finish by the time the full moon showed up. So by the time the full moon shows up, everybody else, they haven't finished their work that they didn't know they gave themselves. And that's why they're running around like a chicken without their head cut off, with their head cut off, like they don't know what to do, man. Everything's but getting in their way. So many delays and blocks. Because that's the season of not knowing. So, in the term that ignorance is bliss, not always. Ignorance can actually prove to be quite detrimental, because where one does not see the repetition of past folly, well, then they are destined to repeat that turmoil. And certainly that is not bliss. That is problematic. And yeah, that's my experience, anyways. Next, we're going to get into the realms of the Netru. Oh, man, I know how to wake people up today. Realms of the Netru. Sublime images and powers of the Egyptian gods often appear remote and far removed from our obscure individual lives, but this was far from the attitude of the ancients, and thousands of relics have been found in modern times that prove this. Amulets, shards of pottery, and scraps of papyrus inscribed with personal prayers and simple votive statues for the home and tomb are produced in great quantity over the millennia in Egypt. In all, they reflect the close bond that the Egyptians felt with their gods. No petition was too petty or insignificant for divine beings to consider in those times, and simple subjective thinking was not the basis for this. Rather, the Netru were understood to interact in the human sphere as a necessity to enhance their divine functions through their appearance in the physical world. Understandably, certain of the Netru honored in this scheme of 12 ceremonies may not resonate with some individuals due to personal or cultural idiosyncrasies. To remedy this, those deities that are cosmically or terrestrially associated with the 12 Helipian divinities have been included, and their images may be honored during the relevant cosmic season. Those images are augmented by the use of the Nether's corresponding stones, colors, metals, incenses, perfumes, scents, and woods. Special note should be made of the animals associated with the Netru, as they often appear through ritual in their forms from nature as an indication of their presence. Ah. There's been times when I've turned on the news and have witnessed an animal in a location of the world that I say, this animal don't come here. We've never seen this animal here before. And I'm like, nah, I know who's here. I know why that animal's there too. That's very true. We are very connected to the animals, and they are very connected to us. Understanding the cosmic principle of each nether also gives us direction in the use of its energy dynamic. For example, all sod represents the principle of renewal, and any situation or condition that requires renewal will find a source in all sod. The function of the nether is also another important consideration. It provides information about the influence and results that can be expected when invoking the nether. Here we know that all Sod's presence will cause some aspect of this situation or condition to germinate and spring forth as one of his names, Un Nefer, implies. I'm going to read their correspondences. Let's see. Aries would be Alsar. Taurus would equal Het Her. Gemini would be Jehurti or Thoth. Cancer would be Nebhet. Leo would be Hiru, Horus. Virgo would be Geb. Libra would be Allset. Scorpio would be Anpu or Anubis. Sagittarius would be Sekhmet Bast. Capricorn would be Set. And Aquarius would be Mahat. And lastly, Pisces is Newt. Now, in reading through many of the prayers and hymns of Egypt's sacred literature, it becomes apparent that the hope for life's continuance is addressed to Al-Sar, the god of both afterlife and renewal of the living. Yet this is not an indication that Al-Sar possessed more of a following than other Netaru. Rather, he was recognized as the exemplar of all mortals, even all sentient beings who must eventually relinquish physical life and pass into the shadow worlds. As such, all sorts of commemoration, experiences, and words are metaphors for our existence and should be viewed as such. What the God of renewal presents to us is both the inevitability of our mortal existence, along with the promise of survival in a sublime realm, one peopled by other spirits, gods, and natural forces that belong to us and to which we belong. The principle here is renewal, that after Assad reconstitutes that which has been broken, disassembled, or diminished. He is the nether of new life, beginnings and second chances. The function of germination is this nether brings forth the creative forces that are innate to living beings. He allows this force, which may have been hindered or blocked, to return and infuse vitality, appreciation of life, and recovery. Next, we have Heter. As goddess of fecundity and nourishment, Heter embodies the incubating womb for the life that has become renewed in all souls' realm. Within her sphere, all things flourish and progress through their natural cycle of embodiment. This Netru represents the rhythmic pulse of creation, and in her temples, the sound of sistrum and drum emanated through halls and chambers that celebrated her powers as consort of the sun, the younger Hiru. She is patroness of the artistic realm and especially favors the activities of music, dance, art, and performance. Her radiant physical beauty is always recounted in ancient hymns and poetry, one of her names being Nubet, the Golden One. She was often called upon in these love poems to draw the beloved as she embodies the ideal of feminine magnetism and evokes intense states of erotic desire and passion. And one of her functions in the temple of ancient times was healing, and she also brings great peace to the troubled mind. Her lunar powers all allow dreams to present remedies and solutions to conflicts in the emotions and thoughts. This energy dynamic of hit harder brings separate forces together and houses her name, meaning House of Hiru, divergent houses, divergent powers in an atmosphere of harmony and growth. And here, the Nether has influence over lovers and young families. She assists in bringing mating rituals to successful conclusion and heals sexual dysfunctions. Her presence brings celebration, though it can also encourage inebriation and overindulgence. She is patroness of weddings and reunions. Then next we have Jehuti or Thoth. And as recorder of the Akashic records, Jehuti is the source of all the knowledge pertaining to that past and present. He brings dignity to learning and assists in tests of skill. This Nether is also a prosecuting attorney in the law court of the gods, the counselor and judge on behalf of Hiru's petition when Set made false claims on the throne of Egypt. As such, he allows just claims to be made and false accusations to become null. The principle is that his energy dynamic of Shuhuti breaks through mental barriers. It allows facts to become known and secrets to be revealed. His powers are concerned with cosmic memory and access to ancient wisdom. Here, Juti assists in the delivery of messages and information through communication and the discovery of lost knowledge. He is one of the patrons of divinatory activities, but he communicates more directly with the mind rather than through oracular tools such as magic mirrors and geomatic figures. He may be called upon when learning new skills and languages, especially symbol systems, as he is patron of scholars and scribes. He eases mental confusion and will come to the aid of the person who diagnoses or repairs equipment, tools, and even machinery. Next, we have Nebhet. Nebhet is always depicted as the faithful companion and loyal guardian to her sister Alset, her brother Alsad, and the young Hiru, to whom she was nurse. One of her important roles is watcher and custodian. When the body of the inert or suspended while under surgical treatment, hypnosis, or accident, her powers protect the vital functions and ensure that life will return. The energy of dynamic of Nebhet secreting brings nourishing benefits to conditions that are newly inaugurated. Her influence will feed, comfort, supply, and aid where there is want or danger. As nurse, she protects and nurtures the young so that they may awaken to their divine mission with courage and commitment. She functions through sustenance as Nebhet provides both material and spiritual food. As patroness of offerings, she ensures that the domestic table is always provided for and that the food which enters the body will benefit its growth and maintenance. Hence, she restores health and is helpful in diet and nutrition. Hiru We have two distinct images of Hiru, which appears in the ancient legends. Hiru the elder, and Hiru Bahurtet, the avenging son of the Holopian family. He also assumes other aspects as divine child. Hiru Pakar, lover, ye, king and uniter of the two lands, Sma Tori, and chronicator of the sun's daily passage over the two horizons, Heru im Arkuti. All of these images and metaphors of the solar principles on earth, the divine light that enters the mundane sphere and brings its particular illumination to every dimension of human experience and nature. Hiru the elder, the fully matured heir to the divine birthright, shares the Kom Ombo temple in Upper Egypt with Sorbek as healer and is here regarded as patron of medical procedures and healing, similar to the tradition of Apollo's healing temples in ancient Greece. Hirubuhurtet the younger is the triumphant contender of the throne of Egypt, continually threatened by the nefarious acts of Set and his confederates. In the beginning, in becoming the victor, he personifies the ideal of kingship, the model of valiant behavior, responsible government, and dedication to honorable tradition. The king was also viewed in ancient times as a primary source of virile power, fertilizing the land with his vitality, the ideal of masculine strength. In his mastery, younger Hiru, initiation, Hiru the elder, also as patron of high office, his mastery brings rewards to great effort and dedicated work. His influence brings sound decisions when managing the affairs of others in business or family. Advancement and acknowledgement come through the intercession of Hiru. Geb. Geb is the ancestral father of Egyptian civilization, the fountainhead of its culture and custodian of the land. As consort of Nut, the sky, he represents the stability of the earth that balances the continually changing forces in the heavens. He bestows the birthright of his children, the guardianship and maintenance of the royal house, and when it comes under threat, he intervenes and resolves conflict. He is also a virile figure, though his vitality is directed more to nature rather than human beings. The powers of Geb, which manifest divine ideas into material reality, bring about successful conclusions and amicable agreements, and allow conditions to reach resolution. Here he is about creation. As one of the fabricators of human form, he may be called upon to heal physical infirmities and correct defects, especially for the young. And if there are divisions in the family, his intercession can bring agreements to all sides, being the wise arbitrator in the family dispute between Hiru and Set. He is patron of judges and mediators. Building projects and business plans may go forward under his influence, with all sides being fairly compensated. Through vegetation, Geb is primarily a nether of the harvest and ensures a continual supply for the home and business. His influence also allows the artisan to become prolific and successful. All set, the greatest of the Netru, leader of the powers that govern terrestrial life and come to its aid. Alset has been regarded for millennia as the source of divine intervention and magical processes. The season of Libra highlights those powers and her companion divinities who bring forth new life, restore lost vitality, and ensure divine protection. She is the source of hope when all appears to be lost, and her intercession can reverse the most dire circumstances. All said always, and always answers an appeal, and invoking her attention should be done with certainty and sincerity. She is patroness of the priesthood, as her fidelity and her service to the slain god is the model of attentiveness and spiritual devotion. Through fruition, her energy dynamic of Olset brings conditions to their uttermost realization or completion, allowing all that is potentially life producing to come into being. Her powers can circumvent great obstacles and will banish harmful influences and feelings. Through birth, this goddess is the archetype of maternal life. She gives birth and nurses the child, protects him from danger, and in her greatest act guides the youth Hiru to consummate his ultimate destiny, resolve the death of his father, and assume the powers of life in the mundane world. She does this by teaching the proper use of personal power and the careful practice of high magic in a respectful environment. She brings dignity and closure to tragic circumstances. From her legendary power to elicit the secret name of her father Ra and dispel the poison from her son Hiru and help restore his lost eye in a series of battles with Set. All Set is also an effective healer and restorer of vital functions, especially the breath. She's patroness of midwives, emergency medical practitioners, and hospice workers. Next, we come unto Arpu, or Anubis. Now, as son of Seth and Nebuchadnezzar, the loyal attendant Anpu embodies the protective nature in a psychic life. His genealogy implies very powerful destructive potential as he is the doorman to the shadow worlds and mediator to the denizens who reside with him. However, his prudent devotion to the solar gods prevail in his legendary exploits, and Anpu personifies the good that arises from the proper use of theurgy. These qualities are imbued in his images of the faithful domestic hound and the watchful wolf of the necropolis. His warning sound is echoed in the night cry of the desert jackal. Through transmutation, the energy and dynamic of Anpu transforms conditions, especially those that appear in a state of confusion, dissolution, or decay. He brings the powers of conversion into the environment, allowing the positive to arise from negative influences. As one of the lords of divination, he assists in discerning secrets and hidden agendas, communicating with ancestral souls, and diagnosing difficult cases. He also guides those who are lost or missing back home. Through digestion, the healing powers of Anpu can accelerate a return to health and restoration of clear mind and optimistic feeling. He is called upon to bring the appropriate remedies to psychic afflictions, especially fear, and expert assistance in situations that do not respond to the ordinary counsels of action. I do want to stop right here for a moment and on to Anubis. He is certainly one who can change the environment. This is a fact. This is why it's important to apply patience and silence. Silence not just of our voice but of our actions in a given situation, because this will allow, simply through being connected with source, this will allow Anpu, Anubis, Abuat, the opener of ways, the century of the shadow worlds, to literally come into your life and to see what's going on. And it takes moments, events, occurrences for information to be gathered of your circumstances, of these circumstances, of whatever the query or situation that seems unresolvable to be. And through intuition, through connection, through meditation, through all of these systems and ways of which you normally connect with, he is literally, this aspect is able to come into your life and provide a way through in which before seemed like nothing was possible. Truly a remover of fear. Segment boss. According to the ancient Egyptian legend, the deliverance of mankind. It was the goddess Hethar, summoned by the sun god Ra, who destroyed the desert people after they offended their maker with hostile behavior. In this deed, the goddess assumed her form as Sekhmet Bast, the sound eye of her father, fiery and burning and avenging power of all that brought disorder to the land of Egypt. I have prevailed over men, and my heart is satisfied, she reported to Ra when the slaughter was completed. Thus, bathed in the blood of mortals, she became known to the gods as the dreaded vindicator of wrongdoing, the fierce protectress of the sacred territory. But this goddess also holds the keys to the healing wounds that she is capable of inflicting, because especially those brought by her powers to dispel unwanted influences. Thus, she governs the processes that eliminate for once and for all the poisons that come from unwise living, thinking, and feeling. In ancient times, her priests were trained to the highest skills in medical treatment, surgery, and exorcism. In her principle of purification, Second Boss energy dynamic is directed towards removing invasion, intrusion, and disorder. Her influence is formidable and should never be called upon for frivolous purposes. Rituals of her temple were known to utterly destroy those they were directed towards, and may have been the only ones that employed blood sacrifice, though none have survived the ages. She is protector of soldiers, law enforcement, and psychic healers. She is protector of soldiers, law enforcement, and psychic healers. Her function as healer, Segment Boss, removes impurities from the body, though her presence may bring fever and eruptions of the skin. However, she brings the appropriate medical assistance when invoked, and she is patroness of all healers, therapists, and physicians. Set. As for Set, the visage of Set may evoke fear in the ritual landscape, but his function was always regarded as a vital component in the cosmic scheme. Set's raw physical powers gave rise to his name Seb-Ur, greatest strength, the title of his cosmic scepter that stands at the pole of the earth in the form of the Big Dipper. He is also lord of earthly forces and embodied in the metals of iron and lead that fashion his awesome tools, the adze, and the ceremonial blades used in the transformative opening of the mouth ceremonies. All these, all must be reconciled to the powers of Set, and though they are formidable, they are the forces that govern the essential laws on earth and within the mortal form itself. Thus, he oversees the realm of corruption and decay, an important phase in the life cycle of the phenomenal world. The fixation here is that the energy dynamic of Set imposes physical restraints that may inhibit free movement and thought. His influence brings conditions to a standstill that may require extended periods of remedial action, such as repeating efforts, experience, experiencing bureaucratic delays, and facing opposition. However, his own powers have a limitation and will subside when natural laws are obeyed. Said may assist in health matters that have been misdiagnosed or disguised by symptoms. He allows conditions to present themselves openly. Now, Set brings adversaries to one's attention without compromise, and he assists in facing irresolvable situations that may appear formidable and overpowering, such as corruption. He provides mental endurance and physical stamina, allowing the weak to come back with renewed vigor. Mahat, as a goddess of justice and order, Mahat organizes the chaos brought by Set and ensures its timely return whenever disruptions have altered the natural order. Ironically, the structure that Mahat embodies is the adaptable, free flowing matrix of nature. This is her most important role, and universal justice is dispensed by her when mortal laws have been circumvented. This Netru is also associated with astrology and the divinatory arts. In the sky, she sits at the prow of the sun bark to ensure that it will stay on course over the Mertin, the ecliptical path of the sun. And as the material aspect of Jehurti, of Thoth, she translates divine ideas and is therefore consulted as an intermediary to the gods when the answer to a question is sought or advice is required. Now, here, Mahat's energy dynamic of order quickly reorganizes conditions that have become seriously disrupted or out of objective control. She also ensures that the orderly progress of long range plans, including building, commerce, and education. This method brings fair judgment in legal cases through structure and new rules and approaches to seemingly unsolvable situations. However, one must be willing to work with the structure that arises from her response. It may not be the conventional solution, but it will normalize the situation expediently. She is also the celestial tutor and assists in understanding complex issues and ideas. Next, we come to Newt, the mother of the sky. She is both the beginning and the ending of human experience, but her great power allows her life to continue in cycles through endless periods of realization and reflection. Newt is the source of new ideas, the endless reservoir of possibilities. She is also associated with astronomy, as the ancient temple priests viewed the sky as her material body, accurately calculating time and the cyclic periods of celestial phenomena from a sophisticated system of observation and notation. She associates with the deities of divination as all past and future events take shape from the firmament in her visible form. Here, through augmentation, the powers of Newt provide increase, allowing the seed of thought and the fruit of labor to reach its uttermost limit. She is the incubator par excellence and assists in the successful completion of any endeavor. Through gestation, Newt's watery realm is also the source of peace and recuperation. She brings healing dreams and insights and allows intuition to come forth when required. When required. This nether also possesses a fertile nature which may be called upon to alleviate difficulties in conception, pregnancy, and childbirth. And the Egyptians, they regarded the passage of the sun over the sky as a divine journey that ensures Mahat, order, and continuity. As the sun god Ra makes his daily passage through the heavens, divine vitality is distributed through the visible worlds, and as he performs his annual circuit through the constellations, seasons of that vitality becomes accessible to the temple. Recognizing that the 12 signed band of constellations was not incorporated into temple iconography until the Greco Roman period, an understanding of the parallels between celestial rhythms and acts of theurgy was nevertheless the fundamental premise of temple work in ancient times and should be our guide in the present. Following the astrological scheme fulfills that aim and allows the initiate to experience the powers of celestial seasons and the Netru who bring them to conscious life. You are the one who brings them to life. It is the individual living and breathing that brings these aspects to life through their own being. The universe will often close a door something we were doing. We were walking on this path, and a door popped up, and it was an unusual kind of like, yo, hold your horses, kind of like a serious injury. All right, you get a serious wound or a broken bone or something like this matter, an infection. Well, that can very well be the Divine Mother herself saying, sit on your tush. Some other stuff gonna be working, and I need you to just stay out the picture right now. And in the moment, we might be like, man, I got to get to work. I got to make the money. I got to do this. I got to put my 2 cents. I got to put my 100 cents in over there, or else things are going to get messed up. They're going to get messed up for me at home. They're going to get messed up for them at work. It's all going to go kaput. In those kind of moments, allowing a pause that to others may seem random, though to us was divine. The injury happened because it was meant for us to slow down, to recover, to think, to let one of these other divine aspects, whether one may see this divine aspect outside of them as a god, or one may see this divine aspect as within themselves that has yet to be unlocked and accessed for life. However, you see this aspect, sometimes, especially at those times, we can truly allow that energy, that consciousness, that aspect, that frequency to actually harmonize the situation beyond reason. Isn't it interesting if you take somebody who's in a bad mood and you put them in a positive environment and everything just continually is positive towards them, no matter how much they're angry or are thinking bad thoughts, the environment continually provides fruitful and kind to them against their own will of wanting to be angry or upset or whatever, they wind up becoming happy. And within 20 to 30 minutes, they're jamming to the tune. Might be even singing along to the song. And that's exactly what can happen when a frequency can just, it just goes out. It wasn't necessarily created or planned or strategized, but just these natural divine aspects of life can happen, and to just kind of sit back and allow them to happen when they are divinely aligned, and we're like, ah, I got the notice. I see. I remember what he said about that one. Okay, so it's keeping my butt at home, and I'm not going out much. I must need to learn something. There's something at home I need to pay attention to. Maybe a book I haven't read, maybe something I haven't cleaned. I don't know, but I'm gonna find out what it is. And growth happens. Growth of character. A lot of people might say, man, I gotta go here and I gotta go there and I gotta do this and I gotta do that in order to grow, in order to be, bigger in life, in order to have character. I gotta move about. Well, you could look at the smallest tree or the biggest tree in the world, and guess what? They didn't move. They were right in one spot, and they learned how to thrive off of their environment, and they just grew and grew and grew and grew and grew and grew. That's what stability, that's what a solid foundation will allow an individual to have. Solid foundation. And I'm not talking about your pledging to some foundation or occupation or anything like that. That foundation is your moral compass. Your heart is your true north. Whoever you come to hang out with or associate with or talk with, Your heart one day very well say, yo, it is time to move on because we do not agree with what they're saying. We have learned everything we could from them, but they just got a few things we not agreeing with. Our true north is not to create conflict with that group. It's not to say, y'all are wrong, do what I say. See, the truth is, it's not to take follower. It's our true north is our true north, and for a special few out there in the world, for a very special few, your true north lines up with your significant another. And how beautiful is that? That is what a spectacular reality that is, man. Chugga chugga, choo choo that train. Get some more tracks laid for more trains like that. For truly, you can be able to let in the divine light in its fullness, in its complete, in its true completeness. And each and every single one in the world is that completeness. Whether you see it or not, every aspect of your life, every day you choose to make a positive decision to do something of growth, well, there you go. That's it right there. Because one day you're going to outgrow your environment. You're going to outgrow where you are. And that is not a time to create problems. That is a time to recognize that your days are short of where you are. That's a time to value each and every day. That's a time to get some presents in order. That's a time to write some letters. That's a time to make some impactful moments with individuals because you'll never see them again. When too often in life people know that this is going to happen, they lie, they play games, they hide, they run from the truth because they want the happy days to last forever of exactly what's happening. They want to be stuck in Groundhog Day. They just want that one day to last forever. I'm going to ascend. And that's what we're all looking for. All right, let's some here. All right. All right. Ooh. Yeah, this one's going to be good. This one is called The Island of the Fae by Edgar Allan Poe. Nullus ernium locus cerne garnior est. Servius. La misque, says Mar Mortel, in those Cartes Mora, which in all our translations we have insisted upon calling moral tales, as if in mockery of their spirit. La muserges de les sur des talents, querijo certain de lore meme, tos les or tres volent des termoins. Here he confounds the pleasure derivable from sweet sounds with the capacity for creating them. No more than any other talent is that for music susceptible of complete enjoyment, where there is no second party to appreciate its exercise, and it is only common with other talents that it produces effects which may be fully enjoyed in solitude. The idea which the raconteur has either failed to entertain clearly or has sacrificed in its expression to his national love of point is, doubtless, the very tenable one of that higher order of music is the most thoroughly estimated when we are exclusively alone. The proposition in this form will be admitted at once by those who love the lyre for its own sake and for its spiritual uses. But there is one pleasure still within the reach of fallen mortality, that perhaps only one, which owes even more than does music to the accessory sentiment of seclusion. I mean the happiness experienced in the contemplation of natural scenery. In truth, the man who would behold aright the glory of God upon earth must in solitude behold that glory. To me, at least, the presence not of human life only, but of life in any other form than that of green things which grow upon the soil and the voiceless, is a stain upon the landscape, is at war with the genius of the scene. I love indeed to regard the dark valleys and the great rocks and the waters that silently smile and the forests that sigh in uneasy slumbers and the proud watchful mountains that look down upon all. I love to regard these as themselves but the colossal members of one vast animate and sentient whole, a whole whose form, that of the sphere, is the most perfect and most inclusive of all, whose path is among associate planets, whose meek handmaiden is the moon, whose mediate sovereign is the sun, whose life is eternity, whose thought is that of a god, whose enjoyment is knowledge, whose destinies are lost in immensity, whose cognizance of ourselves is akin with our own cognizance of the animalculae which infest the brain, a being which we in consequence regard as purely inanimate and material, much in the same manner as these animalculae must thus regard us. Our telescopes and our mathematical investigations assure us on every hand, notwithstanding the cant of the more ignorant of the priesthood, that space and therefore that bulk is an important consideration in the eyes of the Almighty. The cycles in which the stars move are the best adapted for the evolution without collision of the greatest possible number of bodies. The forms of these bodies are accurately such as, within a given surface, to include the greatest possible amount of matter, while the surfaces themselves are so disposed as to accommodate a denser population than could be accommodated on the same surfaces otherwise arranged. Nor is it any argument against matter to fill it, or against bulk being an object with God. That space itself is infinite, for there may be an infinity of matter to fill it. And since we see clearly that the endowment of matter with vitality is a principle indeed as far as our judgment extend, The leading principle in the operations of deity, it is scarcely logical to imagine it confined to the regions of the minute where we daily trace it, and not extending to those of the august, as we find cycle within cycle without end, yet all revolving around one far distant center, which is the Godhead. May we not analogically suppose in the same manner life within life, the less within the greater, and all within the spirit divine? In short, we are madly erring, though through self esteem and believing man in either his temporal or future destinies to be more moment in the universe than the vast clod of the valley, which he kills and contemns, and to which he denies the soul for no more profound reason than that he does not behold it in operation. These fancies and such as these have always given to my meditations among the mountains and the forest, by the rivers and the ocean, a tinge of what the everyday world would not fail to term fantastic. My wanderings amid such scenes have been many and far searching and often solitary, and in the interest with which I have strayed through many a dim, deep valley, or gazed into the reflected heaven of many a bright lake, has been an interest greatly deepened by the thought that I have strayed and gazed alone. What flippant Frenchman was it who said, in allusion to the well-known work of Zimmermann, that la solitude est une belle chose, mais il faut quelqu'un pour vous dire que la solitude est une belle chose? The epigram cannot be gainsaid, but the necessity is a thing that does not exist. It was during one of my lonely journeys amid a far distant region of mountain, locked within mountain, and sad rivers, and melancholy tarn writhing or sleeping within all, that I chanced upon a certain rivulet and island. I came upon them suddenly in the leafy June, and threw myself upon the turf beneath the branches of an unknown odorous shrub, that I might doze as I contemplate the scene. I felt that thus only should I look upon it, such was the character of phantasm which it wore. On all sides, save to the west, where the sun was about sinking, arose the verdant walls of the forest. The little river, which turned sharply in its course and was thus immediately lost to sight, seemed to have no exit from its prison, but to be absorbed by the deep green foliage of the trees to the east, while in the opposite quarter, so it appeared to me as I lay at length and glanced upward, there poured down noiselessly and continuously into the valley a rich golden and crimson waterfall from the sunset fountain of the sky. About midway in the short vista which my dreamy vision took in, one small circular island, profusely verdure, reposed upon the bosom of the stream, so blended bank and shadow there that each seemed pendulous in air, so mirror-like was the glassy water that it was scarcely possible to say at what point upon the slope of the emerald turf its crystal dominion began. My position enabled me to include in a single view both the eastern and western extremities of the island, and I observed of a singularity marked difference in their aspects. The latter was all one radiant harem of garden beauties. It glowed and blushed beneath the eyes of a slant sunlight, and fairly laughed with flowers. The grass was short, springing, sweet scented, and asphodel intercepted. The trees were lithe, mirthful, erect, bright, slender, and graceful, of eastern figure and foliage, with bark smooth, glossy, and party colored. There seemed a deep sense of life and joy about it all, and although no airs blew from out of the heavens, yet everything had motion through the gentle sweepings to and fro of innumerable butterflies that might have been mistaken for tulips with wings. The other eastern end of the isle was overwhelmed in the blackest shade. A somber yet beautiful and peaceful gloom here pervaded all things. The trees were dark in color and mournful in form and attitude, wreathing themselves into sad, solemn, and spectral shapes that conveyed ideas of mortal sorrow and untimely death. The grass wore the deep tint of cypress, and the heads of its blades hung droopingly, and hither and thither among it were many small, unsightly hillocks, low and narrow and not very long, that had the aspect of graves, but were not, although over and all about them the rue and the rosemary clambered. The shade of the trees fell heavily upon the water and seemed to bury itself therein, impregnating the depths of the element with darkness. I fancied that each shadow, as the sun descended lower and lower, separated itself sullenly from the trunk that gave it birth, and thus became absorbed by the stream, while other shadows issued momently from the trees, taking the place of their predecessors thus entombed. This idea having once seized upon my fancy greatly excited it, and I lost myself forthwith in reverie. If ever island were enchanted, I said to myself, this is it. This is the haunt of the few gentle fays who remain from the wreck of the race. Are these green tombs theirs, or do they yield up their sweet lives as mankind yield up their own? In dying, do they not rather waste away mournfully, rendering unto God little by little their existence, as these trees render up shadow after shadow, exhausting their substance into dissolution? What wasting tree is to the water that imbibes its shade, growing thus blacker by what it preys upon, may not the life of the Fae be to the death which engulfs it? As I thus mused, with half shut eyes, while the sun sank rapidly to rest, and eddying currents careered around and round the island, bearing upon their bosom large, dazzling white flakes of the bark of the sycamore, flakes which in their multiform positions upon the water a quick imagination might have converted into anything it pleased. While I thus mused, it appeared to me that the form of one of those very fays about whom I had been pondering made its way slowly into the darkness from out the light at the western end of the island. She stood erect in a singularly fragile canoe and urged it with the mere phantom of an oar, while within the influence of the lingering sunbeams her attitude seemed indicative of joy, but sorrow deformed it as she passed within the shade. Slowly she glided along and at length rounded the islet and re-entered the region of light. The revolution which has been just made by the Fae, continued I musingly, is the cycle of the brief year of her life. She has floated through her winter and through her summer. She is a year nearer unto death, for I did not fail to see that, as she came into the shade, her shadow fell from her, and was swallowed up in the dark water, making its blackness more black. And again the boat appeared, and the Fae, but about the attitude of the latter there was more of care and uncertainty, and less of elastic joy. She floated again from the light and into the gloom, and again her shadow fell from her into the evening water, and became absorbed into its blackness. And again she made the circuit of the island, and at each issuing into the light there was more sorrow about her person, while it grew feebler and far fainter and more indistinct. At each passage into the gloom there fell from her a darker shade, which became whelmed in a shadow more black. But at length, when the sun had utterly departed, the Fae, now the mere ghost of her former self, went disconsolately with her into her boat into the region of the evening flood, and that she issued thence at all I cannot say, for darkness fell over on all things, and I beheld her magical figure no more. I saw thee on thy bridal day when a burning blush came over thee, though happiness around thee lay, the world all love before thee, and in thine eye a kindling light, whatever it might be, was all on earth my aching sight of loveliness could see. That blush perhaps was made in shame, as such it well may pass, though its glow hath raised a fiercer flame in the breast of him, alas, who saw thee on that bridal day when that deep blush would come over thee, though happiness around thee lay, the world all love before thee. Fair isle, that from the fairest of all flowers thy gentlest of all gentle names dost take, how many memories of what radiant hours at sight of thee and thine at once awake, how many scenes of what departed bliss, how many thoughts of what entombed hopes, how many visions of a maiden that is no more, no more upon thy verdant slopes, no more, alas, that magical sad sound transforming all, thy charm shall please no more, thy memory no more accursed ground, henceforth I hold thy flower enameled shore. O Hykenith Isle, O purple Zante, Isola de ore, fior de levante. These are some qualities, some incorporate things that have a double life, which thus is made, a type of that twin entity which springs from matter and light, evinced in solid and shade. There is a twofold silent sea and shore, body and soul. One dwells in lonely places newly with grass overgrown, some solemn graces, some human memories and tearful lore render him terrorless, his name's no more. He is the corporate silence, dread him not, no power hath he of evil in himself, but should some urgent fate, untimely lot, bring thee to meet his shadow, nameless elf, that haunteth the lone regions where hath trod no foot of man, commend thyself to God. Science, true daughter of old time thou art, who alterest all things with thy peering eyes. Why preyest thou thus upon the poet's heart, vulture whose wings are dull realities? How should he love thee, or how deem thee wise, who wouldest not leave him in his wandering to seek for treasure in the jeweled skies? Albeit he soared with an undaunted wing, hast thou not dragged Diana from her car, and driven the Hamadryad from the wood to seek a shelter in some happier star? Hast thou not torn the Naiad from her flood, the elfin from the green grass, and from me the summer dream beneath the tamarind tree? Thy soul shall find itself alone mid dark thoughts of the great tombstone. Not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again in death around thee, and their will shall overshadow thee. Be still, be still. The night, though clear, shall frown, and the stars shall not look down from their high thrones in heaven with light like hope to mortals given, but their red orbs without beam to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever which would cling to thee forever. Now our thoughts thou shalt not banish, now our visions never to vanish from thy spirit shall I pass no more like dewdrop from the grass. The breeze, the breath of God, is still, and the mist upon the hill. Shadowy, shadowy, yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token, how it hangs upon trees, a mystery of mysteries. truly a solid decision to marry your vision to whatever another maybe call derision. You see your path, and life is certainly a journey in which you're the one yearning. To each their own, they have their own two legs to walk to and their own two arms and hands to work with. For each one has sought after what they truly do desire, and that allows you to be inspired. Don't let people's works be exactly what you want to copy. Oh, be more than some square ass floppy. Or expand your mind and create something new, something in the sky that you drew. Your life is truly a blessing, and to use that life belongs to you. That's something that you have. In your future, you can change. You can change for the better. You can change what is in existence currently now, forevermore to come. I'm telling you, you could be anything you want to be, and you can grow to anything you want to do. I've written my book. I've shared my book, and I've done more than embody my book. It's nice to know that you accomplished something you set out to do in this world. It's powerful to know that you can succeed in something. The world wants to tell you no, the world wants to shut you down. There are many reasons, and there are many things that you don't think about. I remember so many years ago, I was so innocent in thought. I was so naive. I just wanted to help everybody and do good for everybody. But then I started spending time with people, and instead of interjecting what I was controlling, I just let other people do what they're going to do without obstruction, just complete observation. They ask me, should I do it? Yeah. You want to do it? Do it. You doing what you want to do. You ain't doing anything because I told you to do it. I'm not going to put up a no against you. Go on. See if your idea works. It might be better than mine, and if it is, good. Let's use that one instead, because that's going to get us farther, faster, smoother. I'm down for that. Could care less whose name is the inventor at the top. But people in the world, they have a lot of bad motives. They have a lot of ill will. They've been done dirty, and so then that's how they treat people. That's what they plan in their hearts and in their minds. And then you hear words come out of them, and you said, "What?" And they said, "No, I didn't mean it." And you said, "But you said this." And they will spend 5 minutes to 5 years telling you that what they said wasn't accurate. But I tell you what I read and what I know is the damn truth of my own life, too. The mouth speaks what the heart thinks. You can't take that back. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Oh, you said it for a gosh darn good reason. People will ask you questions and they will, because of your willingness to answer, they will poke and ask more questions. And then they will use all of those answers against you in different types of emotional, mental, and otherwise psychological attacks. That's not a friend. Whatever that is, that's not an ally either. That ain't no friend. That ain't no ally. That ain't no family. Just 'cause you blood don't put you in family category with me. Nah, nah, shit. My own blood pretty much drew my blood, so uh, do I put loyalty to that for? The character of an individual says everything, what they have become, looking beyond divisions and seeing a oneness, a helping a stranger, doing some not random, planned, strategized act of kindness. Hmm. All right. This one is from H.P. Lovecraft, entitled He. I saw him on a sleepless night when I was walking desperately to save my soul and my vision. My coming to New York had been a mistake, for whereas I had looked for poignant wonder and inspiration in teeming labyrinths of ancient streets that twist endlessly from forgotten courts and squares and waterfronts to courts and squares and waterfronts equally forgotten, and in the Slycopean modern towers and pinnacles that rise blackly Babylonian under waning moons, I had found instead only a sense of horror and oppression which threatened to master, paralyze, and annihilate me. The dissolution had been gradual, coming for the first time upon the town. I had seen it in the sunset from a bridge, majestic above its waters, its incredible peaks and pyramids rising flower-like and delicate from pools of violet mist to play with the flaming golden clouds and the first stars of evening. Then it had lighted up window by window above the shimmering tides where lanterns nodded and glided and deep horns bayed weird harmonies, and itself become a starry firmament of a dream, redolent of fairy music, and one of the marvels of Caracosorne and Samarcand and El Dorado and all glorious and half fabulous cities. Shortly afterward, I was taken through those antique ways so dear to my fancy, narrow, curving alleys and passages where rows of red Gorgian brick blinked with small paned dormers above pillared doorways that had looked on gilded sedans and paneled coaches, and in the first flush of realization of these long wished things, I thought I had indeed achieved such treasures as would make me in time a poet. But success and happiness were not to be. Garish daylight showed only squalor and alienage and the noxious elephantasy of climbing, spreading stone where the moon had hinted of loveliness and elder magic, and the throngs of people that see through the flume-like streets were squat, swarthy strangers with hardened faces and narrow eyes, shrewd strangers without dreams and without kinship to the scenes about them, who could never mean aught to a blue-eyed man of the old folk, with the love of fair green lanes and white New England village steeples in his heart. So instead of the poems I had hoped for, there came only a shuddering blankness and ineffable loneliness, and I saw at last the fearful truth which no one had ever dared to breathe before, the unwhisperable secret of secrets, the fact that this city of stone and Strider is not a sentient perpetuation of old New York as London is of old London and Paris of old Paris, but that is in fact quite dead, its sprawling body imperfectly embalmed and infested with weird animate things which have nothing to do with it as was in life. Upon making this discovery, I ceased to sleep comfortably through something to resign tranquility as tranquility came back, and I gradually formed the habit of keeping off the streets by day and venturing abroad only at night, when darkness calls forth that little of the past still hovers wraith-like about, and old white doorway remember the stalwart forms that once passed through them. With this mode of relief, I even wrote a few poems and still refrained from going home to my people lest I seem to crawl back ignobly in defeat. Then on a sleepless night's walk, I met the man. It was a grotesque hitting courtyard of the Greenwich section, for there in my ignorance I had settled, having heard of the place as the natural home of poets and artists. The archaic lanes and houses and unexpected bits of square and court had indeed delighted me, and when I found the poets and artists to be loud-voiced pretenders whose quaintness is tinsel and whose lives are a denial of all that pure beauty which is poetry and art, I stayed on for love of these venerable things. I fancied them as they were in their prime, when Greenwich was a placid village not yet engulfed by the town, and in the hours before dawn, when all the revelers had sunk away, I used to wander alone among their cryptical windings and brood upon their curious arcana which generations must have deposited there. And this kept my soul alive and gave me a few of those dreams and visions for which the poet far within me cried out. The man came upon me at about 2 one cloudy August morning as I was threading a series of detached courtyards, now accessible only through the unlighted hallways of intervening buildings, but once forming parts of continuous networks of picturesque alleys. I had heard of them by vague rumor and realized that they could not be upon any map of today, but the fact that they were forgotten only endeared them to me, so that I had sought them with twice my usual eagerness. Now that I had found them, my eagerness was again redoubled, for something in their arrangement dimly hinted that they might be only a few of many such, with dark, dumb counterparts, wedged obscurely betwixt high, blank walls, or deserted rear tenements, or lurking lamplessly behind archways, unbetrayed by hordes of foreign speaking or guarded by furtive and uncommunicative artists whose practices do not invite publicity or the light of day. He spoke to me without invitation, noting my mood and glances as I studied certain knocker doorways above railed steps, the pallid glow of tracer transomes feebly lighting my face. His only face was in shadow, and he wore a wide brimmed hat which somehow blended perfectly with the out of date cloak he affected. But I was suddenly disquieted even before he addressed me. His form was very slight, thin, almost to cadaverousness, and his voice proved phenomenally soft and hollow, though not particularly deep. He had, he said, noticed me several times in my wanderings and inferred that I resembled him in loving the vestiges of former years. Would I not like the guidance of one long practice in these explorations and possessed of local information profoundly deeper than any which our obvious newcomer could possibly have gained? As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of his face in the yellow beam from a solitary attic window. It was a noble, even a handsome elderly countenance, and bore the marks of a lineage and refinement unusual for the age and place. Yet some quality about it disturbed me almost as much as its features pleased me. Perhaps it was too white, or too expressionless, or too much out of keeping with the locality to make me feel easy or comfortable. Nevertheless, I followed him, for in those dreary days my quest for antique beauty and mystery was all that I had to keep my soul alive. And I reckoned it a rare favor of fate to fall in with one of those whose kindred seeking seemed to have penetrated so much farther than mine. Something in the night constrained the cloaked man to silence, and for a long hour he led me forward without needless words, making only the briefest of comments concerning ancient names and dates and changes, and directing my progress very largely by gestures as we squeezed through interstices, tiptoed through corridors, clambered over brick walls, and once crawled on hands and knees through a low arched passage of stone whose immense length and tortuous twistings effaced at last every hint of geographical location I had managed to preserve. The things we saw there were very old and marvelous, or at least they seemed so in the few straggling rays of light by which I viewed them, and I shall never forget the tottering Ionic columns and fluted pilasters and urn-headed iron fence posts and flaring entailed windows and decorative fanlights that appeared to grow quainter and stranger the deeper we advanced into this inexhaustible maze of unknown antiquity. We met no person, and as time passed, the lighted windows became fewer and fewer. The street lights we first encountered had been of oil and of the ancient Elizaldan pattern. Later, I noticed some with candles, and at last, after traversing a horrible unlighted court where my guide had to lead with his gloved hand, through total blackness to a narrow wooden gate in a high wall, we came upon a fragment of alley lit only by lanterns in front of every seventh house, unbelievably colonial tin lanterns with conical tops and holes punched in the sides. This alley led steeply uphill, more steeply than I thought possible in this part of New York, and the upper end was blocked squarely by the ivy clad wall of a private estate, beyond which I could see a pale cupola and the tops of trees waving against the vague lightness in the sky. This wall was a small low arched gate of nail studded black oak, which the man proceeded to unlock with a ponderous key. Leading me within, he steered a course in utter blackness over what seemed to be a gravel path, and finally up a flight of stone steps of the door of the house, which he unlocked and opened for me. We entered, and as we did so, I grew faint from a reek of infinite mustiness which wailed out to meet us, and which must have been the fruit of unwholesomeness, centuries of decay. My host appeared not to notice this, and in courtesy I kept silent as he piloted me up a curving stairway across the hall and into a room whose door I heard him lock behind us. Then I saw him pull the curtains of the three small paned windows that barely shewed themselves again the lightening sky, after which he crossed to the mantel, struck flint and steel, lighted two candles of a candelabrum of 12 courses, and made a gesture enjoining soft-toned speech. In this feeble radiance, I saw that we were in a spacious, well furnished, and paneled library dating from the first quarter of the 18th century, with splendid doorway pediments, a delightful Doric columnus, and a magnificently carved over mantel with scroll and urn top. Above the crowded bookshelves at intervals along the walls were well wrought family portraits, all tarnished to an enigmatical dimness and bearing an unmistakable likeness to the man who now motioned to me to a chair beside the graceful Chippendale table, before seating himself across the table from me. My host paused for a moment as if in embarrassment, then, tardily removing his gloves, wide-brimmed hat, and cloak, stood theatrically revealed in full mid-Gordian costume, from queued hair and neck ruffles to knee breech, silk hose, and the buckled shoes I had not previously noticed. Now slowly sinking into a lyre back chair, he commenced to eye me intently. Without his hat, he took on an aspect of extreme age, which was scarcely visible before, and wondered if this unperceived mark of singular longevity were not one of the sources of my original disquiet. When he spoke at length, his soft, hollow, and careful muffled voice not infrequently quavered, and now and then I had great difficulty in following him as I listened with a thrill of amazement and half disavowed alarm which grew each instant. You behold, sir, my host began, a man of very eccentric habits, for whose costume no apology need be offered to one with your wit and inclinations. Reflecting upon better times, I have not scrupled to ascertain their ways and adopt their dress and manners, an indulgence which offends none if practiced without ostentation. It hath been my good fortune to retain the rural seat of my ancestors, swallowed though it was by two towns, first Greenwich, which built up hither after 1800, and then New York, which joined on near 1830. There were many reasons for the close keeping of this palace in my family, and I have not been remiss to discharging such obligations. The squire who succeeded to it in 1768 studied Sartian arts and made Sartian discoveries, all connected with influences residing in this particular plot of ground and eminently deserving of the strongest guarding. Some curious effects of these arts and discoveries I now purpose to shew you under the strictest secrecy, and I believe I may rely on my judgment of men enough to have no distrust of either your interest or your fidelity. He paused, but I could only nod my head. I've said that I was alarmed, yet to my soul nothing was more deadly than the material daylight world of New York, and whether this man were a harmless eccentric or a wielder of dangerous arts, I had no choice save to follow him and stake my sense of wonder on whatever he might have to offer. So I listened. To my ancestor, he softly continued, there appear to reside some very remarkable qualities in the will of mankind, qualities having a little suspected dominance not only over the acts of oneself and of others, but over every variety of force and substance in nature, and over many elements and dimensions deemed more universal than nature itself. May I say that he flouted the sanctity of things as great as space and time, and that he put to strange uses the rights of Sartian half-breed red Indians once encamped upon this hill. These Indians showed color when the place was built, and were plaguily pestilent in asking to visit the grounds of the full of the moon. For years they stole over the wall each and every month when they could, and by stealth performed Sartian acts. Then in 68 the new squire catched me at their doings and stood still at what he saw. Thereafter he bargained with them and exchanged with free access of his grounds for the exact inwardness of what they did. Learning that their grandfathers got part of their custom from red ancestors and part from an old Dutchman in the time of the States General, and pox on him, I'm afeard the squire must have sarved them monstrous bad rum, whether or not by intent, for a week after he learned that the secret he was the only man living that knew it. You, sir, are the first outsider to be told there is a secret, and split me if I'd have risked tampering that much with the powers had ye not been so hot after bygone things. I shuddered as the man grew colloquial, and with familiar speech of another day he went on. But you must know, sir, that what the squire got from those mongrel savages was but a small part of the learning he came to have. He had not been at Oxford for nothing, nor talked to no account with an ancient chemist and astrologer in Paris. He was, in fine, made sensible that all the world is but smoke in our intellects, past the binding of the vulgar, but by the wise to be puffed out and drawn in like any cloud of prime Virginia tobacco. What we know we may make about us, and what we don't want we may sweep away. I won't say that all this is wholly true in body, but 'tis sufficient true to furnish a very pretty spectacle now and then. You, I conceive, would be tickled by a better sight of such in other years than your fancy affords you. So be pleased to hold back any fright art what I design to show. Come to the window and be quiet. My host now took my hand to draw me to one of two windows on the long side of the malodorous room, and at the first touch of his ungloved fingers I turned cold. His flesh, though dry and firm, was of the quality of ice, and I almost shrank away from his pulling. But again I thought of the emptiness and horror of reality, and boldly prepared to follow whithersoever I might be led. Once at the window, the man drew apart the yellow silk curtains and directed me to stare into the blackness outside. For a moment I saw nothing save a myriad of tiny dancing lights far, far before me. Then, as if in response to an insidious motion of my host's hand, a flash of heat lightning played over the scene, and I looked out upon a sea of luxuriant foliage unpolluted, and not the sea of roost to be expected by any normal mind. On my right, the Hudson glittered wickedly, and in the distance ahead, I saw the unhealthy shimmer of a vast salt marsh, constellated with nervous fireflies. The flash died, and an evil smile illumined the waxy face of the aged necromancer. That was before my time, before the new squire's time. Pray, let us try again. I was faint, even fainter than the hateful modernity of that accursed city had made me. Good God, I whispered, can you do that for any time? And as he nodded and bared the black stumps of what had once been yellow fangs, I clutched at the curtains to prevent myself from falling, but he steadied me with that terrible ice cold claw and once more made his insidious gesture. Again the lightning flashed, but this time upon a scene not wholly strange, and it was Greenwich, the Greenwich that used to be, with here and there a roof or a row of houses as we see it now, yet with lovely green lanes and fields and bits of grassy common. The marsh still glittered beyond, but in the farther distance I saw the steeples of what was then in all of New York. Trinity and St. Paul's and the brick church dominating their sisters, and a faint haze of wood smoke hovering over the whole. I breathed hard, but not so much from the sight itself as from the possibilities of my imagination, terrifiedly conjured up. Can you, dare you, go far? I spoke with all, and I think he shared it for a second, but that evil grin returned. Far? What I have seen would blast ye to a mad statue of stone. Back, back, forward, forward, look ye pulling lack wit. And as he snarled the phrase under his breath, he gestured anew, bringing to the sky a flash more blinding than either which had come before. For full 3 seconds I could have glimpsed that panoramic sight, and in those seconds I saw a vista which will ever afterward torment me in dreams. I saw the heavens, verminous with strange flying things, and beneath them a hellish black city of giant stone terraces with impious pyramids flung savagely to the moon, and devil lights burning from unnumbered windows. And swarming loathsomely on aerial galleries, I saw the yellow, squint-eyed people of that city, robed horribly in orange and red and dancing insanely to the pounding of fervid kettle drums, the clatter of obscene chorale, and the maniacal moaning of muted horns whose ceaseless dirges rose and fell indolently like the waves of an unhallowed ocean of bitumen. I saw this vista, I say, and heard as with the mind's ear the blasphemous Domin Daniel of California which companioned it. It was the shrieking fulfillment of all the horror which that corpse city had ever stirred in my soul, and forgetting every injunction to silence, I screamed and screamed and screamed as my nerves began and gave way to the walls quivered about me. Then, as the flash subsided, I saw that my host was trembling too, a look shocking fear half blotting from his face serpent distortion of rage which my screams had excited. He tottered, clutched at all the curtains as I had done before, and wriggled his head wildly, like a hunted animal. God knows he had calls, for as the echoes of my screaming died away, there came another sound so hellishly suggestive that only numbered emotion kept me sane and the conscious. It was the steady, stealthy creaking of the stairs beyond the locked door, as with the accent of a barefoot or skin-shod horde, and at last the cautious, purposeful rattling of the brass latch that glowed in the feeble candlelight. And the old man clawed and spat at me through the muddy air and barked things in his throat as he swayed with the yellow curtain he clutched. The full moon, damn ye, a helping dog. You called them and they've come for me. Mechanized feet, dead men, gad, sink ye, red devils. But I poison no rum o' yours. Hadn't I kept your pox rotten magic safe, ye swilled yourself sick, curse ye, and ye must needs blame the squire. Let go, you unhand that latch, I've knocked for ye here. At this point, three slow and very deliberate raps shook the panels of the door, and a white foam gathered at the mouth of the frantic magician. His fright turning to steely despair left room for a resurgence of his rage against me, and he staggered a step toward the table on whose edge I was steadying myself, the curtain still clutched in his right hand as his left clawed out to me. He grew taut and finally crashed down from their lofty fastenings, emitting to the room a flood of that full moonlight which the brightening of the sky had presaged. In those greenish beams the candles paled, and a new semblance of decay spread over the musk-reeking room with its vermy paneling, sagging floor and battered mantle, rickety furniture, and ragged draperies. It spread over the old man, too, whether from the same source or because of his fear and vehemence. and I saw him shrivel and blacken as he lurched near the stove to rend me with vortrine talons. Only his eyes stayed whole, and they glared with a propulsive dilated incandescence which grew as the face around them charred and dwindled. The rapping was now repeated with greater insistence, and this time bore a hint of metal. The black thing facing me had become only a head with eyes, impotently trying to wriggle across the sinking floor in my direction, and occasionally emitting feeble little spits of immortal malice. Now swift and splintering blows assailed the sickly panels, and I saw the gleam of a tomahawk as I cleft the rending wood. I did not move, for I could not but watch dazedly as the door fell in pieces to admit a colossal, shapeless influx of inky substance starred with shining malvet eyes. It poured thickly like a flood of oil, bursting a rotten bulkhead, overturned a chair as it spread, and finally flowed under the table and across the room to where the blackened head with the eyes still glared at me. Around that head it closed, totally swallowing it up, and in another moment it had begun to recede, bearing away its invisible burden without touching me, and flowing again out that black doorway and down the unseen stairs, which creaked as before, though in reverse order. Then the floor gave way at last, and I slid gaspingly down into the night and chamber below, choking with cobwebs and half swooning with terror. The green moon shining things through broken windows showed me the whole door half open, and as I rose from plaster strewn floor and twisted myself free from the sagged ceilings, I saw sweep past it an awful torrent of blackness with scorns of baleful eyes glowing in it. It was seeking the door to the cellar, and when it found it, it vanished therein. I now felt the floor of this lower room giving as that of the upper chamber had done, and once a crashing above had been followed by the fall past the upper chamber and west window of something which must have been the cupola. Now liberated for the instant from the wreckage, I rushed through the hole to the front door, and finding myself unable to open it, seized a chair and broke a window, climbing frizzlingly out upon the unkept lawn where the moonlight danced over yard-high grass and weeds. The wall was high, and all the gates were locked, but moving a pile of boxes in a corner, I managed to gain the top and cling to the great stone urn set there. About me in my exhaustion, I could see only strange walls and windows and old gambrel roofs. The steep street of my approach was nowhere visible, and the little I did see succumbed rapidly to a mist that rolled in from the river despite the glaring moonlight. Suddenly, the urn to which I clung began to tremble as if sharing my own lethal dizziness, and in another instant my body was plunging downward to I knew not what fate. The men who found me said that I must have crawled a long way despite my broken bones, for a trail of blood stretched off as far as he dared look. And the gathering rain soon effaced this link with the scene of my ordeal, and reports could state no more than what I had appeared from a place unknown, at the entrance of a little black court off Perry Street. I never sought to return to those tenebrous labyrinths, nor would I direct any sane man thither to if I could, or who or what that ancient creature was, I have no idea. But I repeat that the city is dead and full of unsuspected horrors. Whether he has gone, I do not know. But I have gone home to the pure New England lanes, up which fragrant sea winds sweep at evening. There's nothing more absurd as I view it than that conventional association of the homely and the wholesome, which seems to pervade the psychology of the multitude. Mention a bucolic Yankee setting, a bungling and thick-fibered village undertaker, and a careless mishap in a tomb, and no average reader can be brought to expect more than a hearty, albeit grotesque phase of comedy. God knows, though, that the prosy tale which George Birch's death permits me to tell has in its aspects besides which some of our darkest tragedies are light. Birch acquired a limitation and changed his business in 1881. He had never discussed the case which he could avoid it. Neither did his old physician, Dr. Davis, who died years ago. It was generally stated that the affliction and shock were results of an unlucky Birch had locked himself for 9 hours in the receiving tomb of Peck Valley Cemetery, escaping only by crude and disastrous mechanical means. But while this much undoubtedly true, there were other and blacker things which the man used to whisper to me in his drunken delirium toward the last. He confided in me because I was his doctor and because he probably felt the need of confiding in someone else after Davis died. He was a bachelor, wholly without relatives. Birch, before 1881, had been the village undertaker of Peck Valley and was a very calloused and primitive specimen, even as such specimens go. The practices I heard attributed to him would be unbelievable today, at least in a city, and even Peck Valley would have shuddered a bit had it known the easy ethics of its mortuary artist in such debatable matters as the ownership of costly laying out apparel invisible beneath the casket's lid, and the degree of the dignity to be maintained in posing and adapting the unseen members of lifeless tenants to containers not always calculated with sublimest accuracy. Most distinctively, Birch was lax, insensitive, and professionally undesirable. Yet I still think he was not an evil man. He was merely crass of fiber and function, thoughtless, careless, and liquorish, as he easily avoidably accident proves, and without the modicum of imagination which holds the average citizen within certain limits fixed by taste. Just where to begin Birch's story I can hardly decide, since I am no practiced teller of tales. I suppose one should stand in the court December of 1880 when the ground froze and the cemetery delves found that they could dig no more graves till spring. Fortunately, the village was small and death rate low, so that it was possible to give all of Birch's inanimate charges a temporary haven in the single antiquated receiving tomb. The undertaker grew doubly lethargic in the bitter weather and seemed to outdo even himself in carelessness. Never did he knock together flimsier and ungainlier caskets, or disregard more flagrantly the needs of the rusty lock on the tomb door, which he slammed open and shut with such nonchalant abandon. At last the spring came through, and the graves were laboriously prepared for the 9 silent harvests of the grim reaper which waited in the tomb. Birch, though dead dreading the bother of removal and interment, began his task of transference one disagreeable April morning, but ceased before noon because of a heavy rain seemed to irritate his horse, after having laid but one mortal tenement to its permanent rest. That was Darius Peck, the nonagenarian whose grave was not far from the tomb. Birch decided that he would begin the next day with little old Matthew Fenor, whose grave was also nearby, but actually postponed the matter for 3 days, not getting to work till Good Friday the 15th. Being without superstition, he did not heed the day at all, though ever afterward he refused to do anything of importance on that fateful sixth day of the week. Certainly, the events of that evening greatly changed George Birch. On the afternoon of Friday, April 15th, then Birch set out on the tomb with horse and wagon to transfer the body of Matthew Fenor. That he was not perfectly sober, he subsequently admitted, though he had not then taken to the wholesale drinking by which he later tried to forget certain things. He was just dizzy and careless enough to annoy his sensitive horse, which, as he drew it viciously up to the tomb, neighed and pawed and tossed at its head, much as on that former occasion when the rain had vexed it. The day was clear, but a high wind had sprung up, and Birch was glad to get to shelter as he unlocked the iron door and entered the side hill vault. Another might not have relished the damp, odorous chamber with the eight carelessly placed coffins, but Birch in those days was insensitive and was concerned only in getting the right coffin for the right grave. He had not forgotten the criticism aroused when Hannah Bixby's relatives, wishing to transport her body to the cemetery in the city whither they had moved, found the casket of Judge Copwell beneath her headstone. The light was dim, but Birch's sight was good, and he did not get Asaph Sawyer's coffin by mistake, although it was very similar. He had indeed made the coffin for Matthew Finner, but had cast it aside at last as too awkward and flimsy, in a fit of curious sentimentality aroused by recalling how kindly and generous the little old man had been to him during his bankruptcy 5 years before. He gave old Matt the very best of his skill could produce, but was thrifty enough to save the rejected specimen, and to use it when Azar Sawyer died of a malignant fever. Sawyer was not a lovable man, and many stories were told of his almost inhuman vindictiveness and tenacious memory for wrongs, real or fancied. To him, Birch had felt no compunction in assigning the carelessly made coffin which he now pushed out of the way in his quest for the Finner casket. It was just as he recognized old Matt's coffin that the door slammed to in the wind, leaving him in the dusk even deeper than before. The narrow transom admitted only the feeblest of rays in the overhead ventilation funnel, virtually none at all, so that he was reduced to a profane fumbling as he made his halting way among the long boxes towards the latch. Now, in this funeral twilight, he rattled the rusty handles, pushed at iron panels, and wondered why the massive portal had grown so suddenly recontract. In his twilight, too, he began to realize the truth and to shout loudly as if his horse outside could do more than neigh an unsympathetic reply. For the long neglected latch was obviously broken, leaving the careless undertaker trapped in the vault, a victim of his own oversight. The things must have happened at about 3:30 in the afternoon. Birch, being temperament, phlegmatic, and practical, did not shout long, but proceeded to grope about for some tools which he recalled seeing in a corner of the tomb. It is doubtful whether he was touched at all by the horror and exquisite weirdness of his position, but the bald fact of imprisonment so far from the daily paths of men was enough to exasperate him thoroughly. His day's work was sadly interrupted, and unless chance presently brought some rambler hither, he might have to remain all night or longer. The pile of tools soon reached, and at a hammer and chisel selected, Birch returned over the coffers to the door. The air had begun to be exceedingly unwholesome, but to this detail he paid no attention as he toiled, half by feeling at the heavy and corroded metal of the latch. He would have given much for a lantern or bit of candle, but lacking these, bungled semi-sightlessly as best he might when he perceived that the latch was hopelessly unyielding, at least to such meager tools, and under such tenebrous conditions as these, Birch glanced about for other possible points of escape. The vault had been dug from a hillside so that the narrow ventilation funnel in the top ran through several feet of the earth, making this direction utterly useless to consider. Over the door, however, the high slit-like transom in the brick facade gave promise to a possible enlargement to a diligent worker. Hence, upon his eyes long rested as he racked his brains for means to reach it. There was nothing like a ladder in a tomb, and the coffin niche on the sides and the rear, which Birch seldom took the trouble to use, afforded no ascent to the space above the door. Only the coffins themselves remained as potential stepping stones, and as he considered these, he speculated on the best mode of arranging them. Three coffin heights, he reckoned, would permit him to reach the transom, but he could do better with, for the boxes were fairly even and could be piled up like blocks. So he began to compute how he might most stably use the eight to rear a scalable platform 4 deep. 4 deep. As he planned, he could not but wish that the units in his contemplated staircase had been more securely made. Whether he had imagination enough to wish they were empty is strongly to be doubted. Finally, he decided to lay a base of three parallel with the wall, to place upon his two layers of two each, and upon these a single box to serve as the platform. This arrangement could be ascended with the minimum of awkwardness and would furnish the desired height. Better still, though, he would utilize only two boxes of the base to support the superstructure, leaving one free to be piled on top in case the actual feat of escape required an even greater altitude. And so the prisoner toiled in the twilight, heaping the unresponsive remnants of mortality with little ceremony as his miniature Tower of Babel rose course by course. Several of the coffins began to split under the stress of handling, and he planned to save the stoutly built casket of little Matthew Finner for the top, in order that his feet might have as certain a surface as possible. And the semi-gloomy trusted mostly to touch to select the right one, and indeed came upon it almost by accident, since it tumbled into his hands, as if through some odd volition, after he had unwittingly placed it beside another on the third layer. The tower at length finished, and his aching arms rested by a pause during which he sat on the bottom step of his grim device. Vertical sleigh ascended with his tools and stood abreast of the narrow transom. The borders of space were entirely of brick, and there seemed little doubt that he could shortly chisel away enough to allow his body to pass. As his hammer blows began to fall, the horse outside whined in a tone which may have been unencouraging and may have been mocking. In either case, it would have been appropriate, for the unexpected tenacity of the easy looking brickwork was surely a sardonic commentary on the vanity of mortal hopes, and the source of a task whose performance deserved every possible stimulus. Dusk fell and found Birch still toiling. He worked largely by feeling now, since newly gathered clouds hid the moon, and though progress was still slow, he felt hardened at the extent of his encroachments on the top and bottom of the aperture. He could, he was sure, get out by midnight, though it was characteristic of him that this thought was untinged with airy implications, undistributed by oppressive reflections on the time, the place, and the company beneath his feet. He philosophically chipped away the stony brickwork, cursing when a fragment hit him in the face, and laughing when one struck the increasingly excited horse that pulled near the cypress tree. In time, the hole grew so large that he ventured to try his body in it now and then, shifting about so that the coffins beneath him rocked and creaked. He would not, he found, have to pile another on this platform to make the proper height, for the hole was on exactly the right level to use as soon as its size might permit. It must have been midnight at least when Birch decided he could get through the transom. Tired and perspiring despite many rests, he descended to the floor and set a while on the bottom box to gather strength for the final wriggle and leap to the ground outside. The hungry horse was neighing repeatedly and almost uncannily, and he vaguely wished it would stop. He was curiously unelated over his impending escape and almost dreaded the exertion, for his form had the indolent stoutness of early middle age. As he remounted the splitting coffins, he felt his weight very poignantly, especially when upon reaching the topmost one he heard that aggravated crackle which bespeaks the wholesale rending of wood. He had, it seems, planned in vain when choosing the stoutest coffin for the platform, for no sooner was his full bulk again upon it than the rotting lid gave way, jouncing him 2 feet down on a surface which even he did not care to imagine. Maddened by the sound or by the stench which billowed forth even to the open air, the waiting horse gave a scream that was too frantic for a neigh and plunged madly off through the night, the wagon rattling crazily behind it. Birch, in his ghastly situation, was now too low for an easy scramble out of the enlarged transom, but gathered his energies for a determined try. Clutching the edges of the aperture, he sought to pull himself up, when he noticed a weird retardation in the form of an apparent drag on both of his ankles. In another moment he knew fear for the first time that night, for struggle as he would, he could not shake clear of the unknown grasp which held his feet in relentless captivity. Horrible pains as of savage wounds shot through his calves, and in his mind was a vortex of frigid might with an unquenchable materialism that suggested splinters, loose nails, and some other attribute of a breaking wooden box. Perhaps he screamed. At any rate, he kicked and squirmed frantically and automatically, while his consciousness was almost eclipsed in a half swoon. Instinct guided him in his wriggle through the transom and in the crawl which followed his jarring thud on the damp ground. He could not walk. It appeared an emerging moon must have witnessed a horrible sight as he dragged his bleeding ankles toward the cemetery lodge, his fingers clawing the black mold in brainless haste, and his body responding with that maddening slowness from which one suffers when chased by the phantoms of nightmare. There was evidently, however, no pursuer, for he was alone and alive when Armington, the lodge keeper, entered, his feeble clawing at the door. Armington helped Birch to the outside of a spare bed and sent his little son Edwin for Dr. Davis. The afflicted man was fully conscious, but would say nothing of any consequence, merely muttering such things as, "Oh, my ankles, let go," or "shut in the tomb." When the doctor came with his medicine case and asked crisp questions and removed the patient's outer clothing, shoes, and socks, the wounds for both ankles were frightfully lacerated about the Achilles tendons, seemed to puzzle the old physician greatly, and finally almost to frighten him. His questioning grew more than medically tense, and his hands shook as he dressed the mangled members, binding them as if he wished to get the wounds out of sight as quickly as possible. For the impersonal Dr. Davis Altman had all struck cross examination became very strange indeed, as he sought to drain from the weakened undertaker every least detail of his horrible experiences. He was oddly anxious to know if Birch were sure, absolutely sure of the identity of that top coffin of the pile, how he had chosen it, how he had been certain of it as the Findler coffin in the dusk, and how he had distinguished it from the inferior duplicate coffin of vicious Asaph Sawyer. Would the firm Findler casket have caved in so readily? Davis, an old-time village practitioner, had of course seen both and the respective funerals, as indeed he had attended both Findler and Sawyer in their latest illness. He had even wondered at Sawyer's funeral how the vindictive farmer had managed to lie straight in a box so closely akin to that diminutive fiddler. After a full 2 hours, Dr. Davis left, urging Birch to insist that at all times that his wounds were caused entirely by loose nails and splintering wood. What else, he added, could ever in any case be proved or believed? But it would be well to say as little as could be said, and to let me not other, and to let no other doctor treat the wounds. Birch needed this advice all the rest of his life till he told me his story. And when I saw the scars, ancient and whitened as they then were, I agreed that he was wise in so doing. He always remained lame, for the great tendons had been severed. But I think the greatest lameness was in his soul. His thinking processes, once so phlegmatic and logical, had become ineffectably scarred, and it was pitiful to note his response to certain chance allusions such as Friday, tomb, coffin, and words of less obvious concatenation. His frightful horse had gone home, but his frightened wits never quite did that. He changed his business, but something always preyed upon him. It may have been just fear, and it may have been fear mixed with a weird, belated sort of remorse for bygone credulities. His drinking, of course, only aggravated what it was meant to alleviate. When Dr. Database left Birch that night, he had taken a lantern and gone to the old receiving tomb. The moon was shining on the scattered brick fragments and marred facade, and the latch of the great door yielded readily to a torch from the outside. Steeled by old ordeals and dissecting rooms, the doctor entered and looked about, stifling the nausea of mind and body that everything in sight and smell induced. He cried aloud once, and a little later gave a gasp that was more terrible than a cry. Then he fled back to the lodge and broke all the rules of his calling by rousing and shaking his patient and hurling at him a succession of shattering whispers that seared into the bewildered ears like the hissing of vitriol. It was Asaf's coffin. Birch, just as I thought. I knew his teeth, with the front ones missing on the upper jaw. Never, for God's sake, show those wounds. The body was pretty badly gone, but I ever saw vindictiveness on any face or former face. You know what a friend he was for revenge, how he ruined old Raymond 30 years after the boundary suit, and how he stepped on the puppy that snapped at him a year ago past last August. He was the devil incarnate. Birch, and I believe his eye for an eye fury could beat old Father Death himself. God, what a rage! I'd hate to have it aimed at me. Why did you do it, Birch? He was a scoundrel, and I don't blame you for giving him a cast aside coffin. But you always did go too damn far. Well enough to skimp on the thing same way. But you knew what a little man old Ferner was. I'll never let the picture out of my head as long as I live. You kicked hard, for Asaf's coffin was on the floor. His head was broken in and everything was tumbled about. I've seen sights before, but there was one thing too much here. An eye for an eye? Great heavens, Birch, but you got what you deserved. The skull turned my stomach, but the other was worse. Those ankles cut neatly off to fit Mitt Findler's cased aside coffin. people tend to remember things. I tend to let things fade off. The things that are going to be imprinted into my memory, those are going to last because I imprinted them there. Cast aside coffin. When I was living in New Mexico, I learned very quickly. Well, I can't say I learned. When I was living in New Mexico for a time, like on Facebook, your marketplace, there was a used coffin for sale. I still got the picture of it. A used coffin. I was like, damn. I mean, there's stories of it happening in ancient tombs. They had one body, they put another body there, put another body, like you had to pay upkeep. And if you didn't, then you put somebody else's body in there. There's been some pretty messed up individuals in life, that's for sure. Let's talk about destiny for a little bit. Destiny. There are people in the world, and they are affixed to destiny. There are other individuals in the world, and they are more so operators of destiny. What do I mean? Operators of destiny. Okay, so we got karma. Karma is a pretty darn real thing. I think enough people have experienced karma in life to be like, bro, yeah, that's out there. Well, for that which one accumulates their karma, I've learned karma kind of likes to accumulate, doesn't collect so fast. Karma usually likes to wait. Maybe you balance your own due before she gets to you. And other times people, oof, they just pile it on for themselves, don't they? And that's why karma, being an agent of karma, is that one is not so stuck and trapped in the cycles of destiny because this is what you've done, this is what you get. You did good, so you get good. You did bad, so you get bad. Okay, if we break out of that and we become an active agent, a worker, in development with karma, in attunement with karma, then what we receive is essentially like we're postmen, or we're just delivering somebody's energy that belongs to them. So when they get upset, when they act all, "Wah," that doesn't belong to me. All that chaos don't belong to me. It belongs to them. Am I responsible for transferring that energy? Uh, you could say I'm a lot of things, but ultimately the mailman simply delivered the mail. I ain't the one who wrote the letter. I ain't the one who created the energy for you to receive. I didn't do that. I just received from divine source, from karma, and said, here you go. It might have been a blessing. I might have been reading a ceremony. I might have been going through a ceremony, being broadcast, had access to, got a blessing. Might have been reading some words that connected with your real world life, and you're like, interesting. Put some things together for you. You end up getting a blessing. Karma gave you a blessing. There's other individuals, and we'll just leave it in the ballpark of other individuals, and they don't have such good intentions. And because karma's pretty darn present and ever around us, things just happen to happen. And we'll just leave that one there. But what I'm impressing on is that one can get outside of that karmic, outside of that type of destiny cycle, and can be more free in the moment. You see, a destiny is something fixed in the future, a point that things are being drawn to that exists. But there are those who can operate within the network, and through that system of communication, we can actually utilize divine implementation into our very actions. So you can be blessed or you can be not so blessed. It's not somebody else's fault if we point all the attention at oneself. It is not the fault of another individual. They were delivering to us energy, knowingly or not. They were delivering energy to us that belonged to us. Particular times, that is very important to take that energy, to receive that energy, and not to just shove it down into the subconscious and not think about it and ignore it. No, that is to think about it and to consider and work on it like a math problem, like an algorithm, in which we have to figure out what works and what doesn't work. Because if we don't figure out the problem at hand, then that problem will be a problem to our actions every single day for the rest of our lives. But if we figure out that algorithm, if we figure out the missing data, if we are able to put in the right numbers of our life's experience into all of that information, then we figure out what that problem is. We gain sight, we have perspective. Now we are actually viewing way more than this third dimensional world. You see, and it's so curious and funny that this is a third dimensional world where people only create in one manner, create in three different manners, affect what you are heading towards. Anyways, go on and on and on. Am I from India? No, I'm not from India, but I do love much of the understandings, the Hindu ways. Um, I'm not so much into following religion. Now, I appreciate religion, but religion's gonna isolate your view of life. It's gonna narrow, religion will narrow your view of life. And so I learn, I gather and I see that love, which is the true identity, the true identifying mark of any human in divine alignment or divine attunement or seeking that gracious light that a gajillion million people have sought to name. And they say, my name is better than yours, so follow me and pay homage to it. Boy, I tell you what, I don't know about you, but the divinatory light that I've connected to, they don't care about a name. If you are so worried about a name and what you follow and what you pay homage to, if you are so worried about that name, you will lose the ability to speak yourself. And doesn't that divine light seek for us to grow in all that we know so that we can attain to a emotional, soulful, conscious, and heartfelt connected level to actually have a conversation with dad? And for him not to be irritated with our simple mindedness of division? I'll tell you what, you ever hear about the story when God showed up between two armies? Never heard about that one? There's these two great armies. So before the world ever existed, two great armies, they're coming together, right? And one is they're praying to their God and they're blowing their instruments and they're singing and they are making their offerings and they are praying to God. God, help us conquer our enemy that we may have peace amongst our people. And right over yonder is the opposing army, and that army, they're doing, they're making their offerings and burning their incense, and they got different incense, and they got different names, and they got different instruments, and they're doing their stuff too, and they're praying, and they're even louder, and they got drums too, boom boom. God, come help and be with us that we may win the war so that peace may be amongst our people. And then this light descends and God shows up in visible 5D form in brilliant light. Everybody thinks it's a trick or something. Nobody knows. They can't figure it out, but everybody's in awe and dumbstruck practically on their knees. And God says, I'm upset with both of y'all. Get your crap together, kiss, hug, and make up. You're brothers and sisters. I'll be back. And created both of you, fools. Killing a brother because you got booty hurt, because something of yours got taken, because something unjust thing happened. Their karma will come back to them in time. Maybe they'll learn their lesson without having to go such a hard time. Good for them. Good for them. The less bumps in the whole vibration of our stratosphere of what we live within, the more smooth of a vibration, the better for the earth, Gaia, and everybody alive on it. If the world wants to feed me poison, I shall expel cures. That is how you change your environment. It doesn't matter what comes your way, you're so focused on what you are that it just continues to produce goodness. And that's what wins every time. Every time. Because You could believe it or not, but we being watched 24/7 by way more than just some gadgets, okay? There are divine beings within our atmosphere that shamans from around the world, people of various faiths, people who didn't have a faith, but somehow they got onto the path. They connected with these energies, they connected with this consciousness, this heavenly state of the mind and of the heart. And you can too, if you haven't already. Uncle Grandpa. Well, very cool, bro. Very cool. Very cool, bro. There's this time in my past, and I was truly, truly, yeah, despondent. It's truly a state of a chaotic life. And then I started getting into some things involving Ireland, those areas over there. I started learning some of the older stories on the Fae, and I started to see with my mind. I started to see how many of their words were very much in tune with everything else I had read and learned from around the world. This one is called The Silver Key by H.P. Lovecraft. When Randolph Carter was 30, he lost the key of the Gate of Dreams. Prior to that time, he made up for the prosiness of life by nightly excursions to strange and ancient cities beyond space and to lovely, unbelievable garden lanes across ethereal seas. But as middle age hardened upon him, he felt these liberties slipping away little by little until at last he was cut off altogether. No more could his galleys sail up the river Okuranos past the gilded spires of Thrawn, or his elephant caravans tramp through perfumed jungles and clad where forgotten palaces with veined ivory columns sleep lovely and unbroken under the moon. He had read much of things as they are and talked with too many people. Well meaning philosophers had taught him to look into the logical relations of things and analyze the processes which shaped his thoughts and fancies. Wonder had gone away, and he had forgotten that all life is only a set of pictures in the brain, among which there is no difference betwixt those born of real things and those born of inward dreams, and no cause to value the one above the other. Custom had dined into his ears a superstitious reverence for that which tangibly and physically exists, and had made him secretly ashamed to dwell in visions. Wise men told him his simple fancies were inane and childish, and he believed it because he could see that they might easily be so. What he failed to recall was that the deeds of reality are just as inane and childish, and even more absurd because their actors persist in fancying them full of meaning and purpose, as the blind cosmos grinds aimlessly on from nothing to something, and from something back to nothing again. neither heeding nor knowing the wishes or existence of the minds that flicker for a second now and then in darkness. They had chained him down to things that are, and had then explained the workings of these things till mystery had gone out of the world. When he complained, he longed to escape into twilight realms where magic molded all the little vivid fragments and prized associations of his mind into vistas of breathless expectancy and unquenchable delight. They turned him instead toward the new-found prodigies of science, bidding him find wonder in the atom's vortex and mystery in the sky's dimensions. And when he had failed to find these boons in things whose laws are known and measurable, they told him he lacked imagination and was immature because he preferred dream illusions to the illusions of our physical creation. So Carter had tried to do as others did, and pretended that the common events and emotions of earthly minds were more important than the fantasies of rare and delicate souls. He did not dissent when they told him that the animal pain of a stuck pig or a dyspeptic plowman in real life is a greater thing than the peerless beauty of Narath with its 100 carven gates and domes of Chalcedon which he dimly remembered from his dreams, and under their guidance he cultivated a painstaking sense of pity and tragedy. Once a while, though, he could not help seeing how shallow, fickle, and meaningless all human aspirations are, and how emptily our real impulses contrast with those pompous ideals we profess to hold. Then he would have recourse to the polite laughter they had taught him to use against the extravagance and artificiality of dreams. For he saw the daily life of our world as every inch as extravagant and artificial and far less worthy of respect because of its poverty and beauty and its silly reluctance to admit its own lack of reason and purpose. In this way he became a kind of humorist, for he did not see that even humor is empty in a mindless universe devoid of any true standard of consistency or inconsistency. In the first days of his bondage, he had turned to the gentle churchly faith endeared to him by the naive trust of his fathers. For thence stretched mystic avenues which seemed to promise escape from life. Only on closer view did he mark the starved fancy and beauty, the stale and prosy triteness, and the owlish gravity and grotesque claims of solid truth which reign boresomely and overwhelmingly among most of its professors, or feel to the full the awkwardness which it sought to keep alive as literal fact, the outgrown fears and guesses of primal race confronting the unknown. It wearied Carter to see how solemnly people tried to make earthly reality out of old myths which every step of their boasted science confuted, and this misplaced seriousness killed the attachment he might have kept for the ancient creeds had they been content to offer the source sonorous rites and emotional outlets in their true guises of ethereal fantasy. But when he came to study those who had thrown off the old myths, he found them even more ugly than those who had not. They did not know that beauty lies in harmony, and that loveliness of life has no standard amidst an aimless cosmos save only its harmony with the dreams and the feelings which have gone before the blindly molded our little spheres out of the rest of chaos. They did not see that good and evil and beauty and ugliness are only ornamental fruits of perspective, whose sole value lies in their linkage to what chance made our fathers think and feel, and whose finer details are different for every race and culture. Instead, they either denied these things altogether and transferred them to the crude, vague instincts which they shared with the beasts and peasants, so that their lives were dragged malodorously out in pain, ugliness, and disproportion, yet filled with a ludicrous pride at having escaping from everything no more unsound than that which still held them. They had traded the false gods of fear and blind piety for those of license and anarchy. Carter did not taste deeply for these modern freedoms, for their cheapness and squalor sickened his spirit, loving beauty alone, while his reason rebelled at the flimsy logic with which their champions tried to kill brute impulse with a sacredness stripped from the idols they had discarded. He saw that most of them, in common with their cast-off priestcraft, could not escape from the delusion that their life has a meaning apart from that which men dream into it, and could not lay aside the crude notion of ethics and obligations beyond those of beauty, even when all nature shrieked of its unconsciousness and impersonal unmorality in the light of their scientific discoveries. Warped and bigoted with preconceived illusions of justice, freedom, and consistency, they cast off the old lore and the old ways with the old beliefs, nor ever stopped to think that the lore of those old ways were the sole makers of their present thoughts and judgments, and sole guides and standards in a meaningless universe without fixed aims or stable points of reference. Having lost these artificial settings, their lives grew void of directions and dramatic interests, till at length they strove to drown their inority in muscle and pretended usefulness, noise and excitement, barbaric display and animal sensation. When these things palled and disappointed or grew nauseous, the revulsion, they cultivated irony and bitterness and found fault with the social order. Never could they realize that their brute foundations were as shifting and contradictory as the gods of their elders, and that the satisfaction of one moment is the bane of the next. Calm, lasting beauty comes only in dream, and this solace the world had thrown away when its worship of the real. It threw away the secrets of childhood and innocence. Amidst the chaos of hollowness and unrest, Carter tried to live as befitted a man of keen thought and good heritage. With his dreams fading under the ridicule of the age, he could not believe in anything but the love of harmony kept him close to the ways of his race and station. He walked impassive through the cities of men and sighted because no vista seemed fully real, because every flash of yellow sunlight on tall roofs and every glimpse of balustrated plazas in the first lamps of evening served only to remind him of dreams he had once known, and to make him homesick for ethereal lands he no longer knew how to find. Travel was only a mockery, and even the Great War stirred him but little, though he served from the first in the Foreign Legion of France, for while he sought friends, but soon grew weary of the crudeness of their emotions, and the sameness and earthiness of their visions. He felt vaguely glad that all his relatives were distant and out of touch with him, for they could not have understood his mental life. That is, none but his grandfather and great uncle Christopher could, and they were long dead. Then he began once more the writings of books which he had left off when dreams first failed him. But here too was there no satisfaction or fulfillment, for the touch of earth was upon his mind, and he could not think of lovely things as he had done of yore. Ironic humor dragged down all the twilight minarets he reared, and the earthly fear of improbability blasted all the delicate and amazing flowers in his fairy gardens. The convention of assumed pity split mawkishness on his characters, while the myth of an important reality and significant human events and emotions debased all his high fantasy into thin veiled allegory and cheap social satire. His new novels were successful as his old ones had never been, and because he knew how empty they must be to please an empty herd, he burned them and ceased his writing. They were very graceful novels in which he urbanely laughed at the dreams he lightly sketched, but he saw that their sophistication had sapped all their life away, It was after this that he cultivated deliberate illusion and dabbled in the notions of the bizarre and the eccentric as an antidote for the commonplace. Most of these, however, soon shrewd their poverty and bareness, and he saw that the popular doctrines of occultism are as dry and inflexible as those of science, yet without even the slender palliative of truth to redeem them. Gross stupidity, falsehood, and muddled thinking are not dream, and form no escape from life to a mind trained above their level. So Carter bought stranger books and sought out deeper and more terrible men of fantastic erudition, delving into arcana of consciousness that few have trod, and learning things about the secret pits of life, legend, and immemorial antiquity which disturbed him ever afterward. He decided to live on a rarer plane and furnished his Boston home to suit his changing moods. One room for each, hung in appropriate colors, furnished with befitting books and objects, and provided with sources of the proper sensations of light, heat, sound, taste, and odor. Once he heard of a man in the South who was shunned and feared for blasphemous things he had read in prehistoric books and clay tablets smuggled from Indian Arabia. Him he visited, living with him and sharing his studies for 7 years, till horror overtook them on midnight in an unknown and archaic graveyard, and only one emerged where two had entered. Then he went back to Ottagam, the terrible witch haunted old town of his forefathers in New England, and had experiences in the dark amidst the hoary willows and tottering gambrel roofs, which made him seal forever certain pages in the diary of a wild minded ancestor. But these horrors took him only to the edge of reality, and were not of the true dream country he had known in youth, so that at 50 he despaired of any rest of contentment in a world grown too busy for beauty and too shrewd for dream. Having perceived at last the hollowness and futility of real things, Carter spent his days in retirement and in wishful, disjointed memories of his dream filled youth. He thought it rather silly that he bothered to keep on living at all, and got from a South American acquaintance a very curious liquid to take him to oblivion without suffering. Inertia and force of habit, however, caused him to defer action, and he lingered indecisively among thoughts of old times, taking down the strange hangings from his walls and refitting the house as it was in the early boyhood, purple panes, Victorian furniture, and all. With the passage of time, he became almost glad he had lingered, for his relics of youth and his cleavage from the world made life a sophistication seemed very distant and unreal. So much so that a touch of magic and expectancy stole back into his nightly slumbers. For years, those slumbers had known only such twisted reflections of everyday things as the commonest slumberers know, but now there returned a flicker of something stranger and wilder, something of vaguely awesome imminence, which took the form of tinsely clear pictures from his childhood days, and made him think of little inconsequential things he had long forgotten. He would often awake calling for his mother and grandfather, both in their graves a quarter of a century. Then one night his grandfather reminded him of a key. The gray old scholar, as vivid as in life, spoke long and earnestly to their ancient line, and of the strange visions of the delicate and sensitive men who composed it. He spoke of the flame-eyed crusader who learned wild secrets of the Saracens and held him captive, and of the first Sir Randolph Carter who studied magic when Elizabeth was queen. He spoke too of that Udman Carter who had just escaped hanging in the Salem witchcraft, and who had placed in an antique box a great silver key handed down from his ancestors. Before Carter awakened, the gentle visitant had told him where to find that box, that carved oak box of archaic wonder whose grotesque lid no hand had raised for 2 centuries. In the dusk and shadows of the great attic he found it, remote and forgotten at the back of a drawer in tall chest. It was about a foot square, and his Gothic carvings were so fearful that he did not marvel no person since Edmund Carter had dared to open it. It gave forth no noise when shaken, but was mystic with the scent of unremembered spices that it held a key was indeed only a dim legend, and Randolph Carter's father had never known such a box existed. It was bound in rusty iron, and no means was provided for working the formidable box. Carter vaguely understood that what he would find within it, some key to the lost gate of dreams, but of where and how to use it his grandfather had told him nothing. An old servant forced the carven lid, shaking as he did so at the hideous faces leering from the blackened wood, and at some unplaced familiarity inside, wrapped in a discolored parchment with a huge key of tarnished silver, covered with cryptical arabesques, but only any legible explanation there was none. The parchment was voluminous and held only the strange hieroglyphics of an unknown tongue written with an antique reed. Carter recognized the characters as those he had seen on a certain papyrus scroll belonging to that terrible scholar of the South who had vanished one midnight in a nameless cemetery. The man had always shivered when he read this scroll, and Carter shivered now, but he cleaned the key and kept it by him nightly in its aromatic box of ancient oak. His dreams were meanwhile increasing in vividness, and though showing him none of the strange cities and incredible gardens of the old days, were assuming a definite cast whose purpose could not be mistaken. They were calling him back along the years, and with the mingled will of all his fathers, were pulling him towards some hidden and ancestral source. Then he knew he must go into the past and merge himself with old things. And day after day he thought of the hills to the north where haunted Arkham and the rushing Miskatonic and the lonely rustic homestead of his people lay. In the brooding fire of autumn, Carter took the old remembered way past graceful lines of rolling hills and stone-walled meadow, distant vale and hanging woodland, curving road and nestling farmstead, and the crystal windings of the Miskatonic crossed here and there by rustic bridges of wood or stone. At one bend he saw the group of giant elms among which an ancestor had oddly vanished a century and a half before, and shuddered as the wind blew meaningly through them. Then there was the crumbling farmhouse of old Goody Fowler, the witch, with its little evil windows and great roof sloping nearly to the ground on the north side. He speeded up his car as he passed it, and did not slack until he had mounted the hill where his mother and her fathers before her were born, and where the old white house still looked proudly across the road at the breathlessly lovely panorama of rocky slope and verdant valley, with the distant spires of Kingsport on the horizon, and hints of the archaic dream-laden sea in the farthest background. Then came the steeper slope that held the old Carter place he had not seen in over 40 years. Afternoon was far gone when he had reached the foot, and at the bend halfway up he paused to scan the outspread countryside, golden and glorified in the slanting floods of, of magic poured out by western sun. All the strangeness and expectancy of his recent dreams seemed present in his hushed and unearthly landscape, and he thought of the unknown solitudes of other planets as his eyes traced out the velvet and deserted lawns, shining undulant between their tumbled walls, their clumps of fairy forests setting off far lines of purple hills beyond hills, and the spectral wooded valley dipping down in shadow to dank hollows where trickling waters crooned and gurgled among swollen and distorted roots. Something made him feel that motors did not belong in the realm he was seeking, so he left his car at the edge of the forest and, putting the great key in the coat pocket, walked up on the hill. Woods now engulfed him utterly, though he knew the house was on a high knoll that cleared the trees except to the north. He wondered how it would look, for it had been left vacant and unattended through his neglect since the death of his strange great uncle, Christopher, 30 years before. In his boyhood, he had reveled, though through long visits there, and he found weird marvels in the woods beyond the orchard. Shadows thickened around him, for the night was near. Once a gap in the trees opened up to the right so that he saw across leagues of twilight meadow and spied the old congregational steeple on Central Hill in Kingsport, pink with the last flush of day, the panes of the little round windows blazing with reflected fire. Then, when he was in deep shadow again, he recalled with a start that the glimpse must have come from childish memory alone, since the old white church had long been torn down to make room for the Congregational Hospital. He had read of it with interest, for the paper had told about some strange burrows or passages found in the rocky hill beneath. Through the puzzlement, a voice piped, and he started again at its familiarity after long years. Old Benajara had been his uncle Christopher's hired man, and was aged even those far off times of his boyhood visits. Now he must be well over 100, but that piping voice could come from no one else. He could distinguish no words, yet the tone was haunting and unmistakable. To think that old Benji should still be alive. Mr. Randy, what be he? I want to scare ye out of Marthy Plume to death. And she told you to keep nigh the place in the afternoon and get back afore dark. Randy done dare. He's the breedingest boy for running off in the woods I've ever seen. Half the time is setting, mooning around in the snake and then in the upper timber the lot. Yay, Randy. Randolph Carter stopped in the pitch darkness and rubbed his hand across his eyes. Something was queer. He had been somewhere he ought not to be, and had strayed very far away to places where he had not belonged, and was now inexcusably late. He had not noticed the time on Kingsport steeple, though he could easily have made it out with his pocket telescope, but he knew his lateness was something very strange and unprecedented. He was not sure he had his little telescope with him, and put his hand in his blouse pocket to see. No, it was not there, but there was the big silver key he had found in a box somewhere. Uncle Chris had told him something odd once about an old unopened box with a key in it, but Aunt Martha had stopped the story abruptly, saying it was no kind of thing to tell a child whose head was already too full of interesting fancies. He tried to recall just where he had found the key, but something seemed very confused. He guessed it was in the attic at home in Boston, and dimly remembered bribing Parks with half his week's allowance to help him open the box and keep quiet about it. But when he remembered this, the face of Parks came up very strangely, as if the wrinkles of long years had fallen upon the brisk little cockney. Randy, Randy, hi, Randy. The swaying lantern came around the black bend, and old Benijah pronounced to the silent and bewildered form of the pilgrim. Darn ye boys, so hard ye be, ain't ye got a tongue in your head that ye can't answer your body?
I've been calling this half hour, and ye must be heard me a long ago. Don't ye know your Aunt Marty's all a fidget over ye being out after dark? Wait till I tell ye Uncle Chris when he gets him. Ye oughta know there's the woods ain't no 15 place to be trappies in this hour. That thing's abroad one don't do nobody no good as my grandsire knows for me. Come, Mr. Randy Ohana, won't you keep supper no longer? So Randolph Carter was marched up the road where wandering stars glimmered through high autumn boughs, and dogs barked as the yellow light of small paned windows shone out of their father's turn, and the Pleiades twinkled across the open knoll where a great gambrel roof stood black against the dim west. Aunt Martha was in the doorway and did not scold too hard when Benijah shoved the child in. She knew Uncle Chris well enough to expect such things of the Carter blood. Randolph did not chew his key, but ate his supper in silence and protested only when bedtime came. He sometimes dreamed better when awake and wanted to use that key. In the morning, Randolph was up early and would have run off to the upper timber lot if Uncle Chris had not caught him and forced him into his chair by the breakfast table. He looked impatiently around the low-pitched room with the rag carpeting, exposed beams, and corner posts, and smiled only when the orchid moth scratched at the leaded panes of the rear window. The trees and the hills were close to him and formed the gates of that timeless realm which was his true country. Then, when he was free, he felt his blouse pocket for the key, and being reassured, skipped off across the orchard to the rise beyond, where the wooded hill climbed again to the heights above even the treeless knoll. The floor of the forest was mossy and mysterious, and great lynching rocks rose vaguely here and there in the dim light, like druid monoliths among the swollen and twisted trunks of a sacred grove. Once in his ascent, Randolph crossed a rushing stream whose falls a little way off sang runic incantations to the lurking fawns of Agipans and Dryads. Then he came to the strange cave in the forest slope, the dreaded snake den, which country folk shunned, and away from which Benijah had warned him again and again. It was deep, far deeper than anyone but Randolph suspected, for the boy had found a fissure in the farthermost black corner that led to a loftier grotto beyond, a haunting sepulchral place whose granite walls held a curious illusion of cautious artifice. On this occasion he crawled in as usual, lighting his way with matches filched from the sitting room, match safe, and edging through the final crevice with an eagerness hard to explain even to himself. He could not tell why he approached the farther wall so confidently, or why he instinctively drew forth the great silver key as he did so. But on he went, and when he danced back to the house that night, he offered no excuses for his lateness, nor heeded in the least the reproofs he gained for ignoring the noontide's dinner horn altogether. Now is agreed by all the distant relatives of Randolph Carter that something occurred to his height to heighten his imagination in his 10th year. His cousin Ernest B. Aspinwall, Esquire of Chicago, is fully 10 years his senior and distinctly recalls a change in the boy after the autumn in 1883. Randolph had looked on scenes of fantasy that few others can ever have beheld, and stranger still were some of the qualities which he showed in relation to the very mundane things. He seemed inclined to have picked up an odd gift of prophecy, and reacted unusually to things which, though at the time without meaning, were later found to justify the singular impressions. In subsequent decades, as new inventions, new names, and new events appeared one by one in the book of history, people would now and then recall wonderingly how Carter had years before let fall some careless word of undoubted connection with what was then far in the future. He did not himself understand these words or know why certain things made him feel certain emotions, but fancied that some unremembered dream must be responsible. It was as early as 1897 that he turned pale when some traveler mentioned in the French town of Belloy in Santerre, and friends remembered it when he was almost mortally wounded there in 1916 while serving with the Foreign Legion in the Great War. Carter's relatives talk much of these things because he has lately disappeared. His little old servant Parks, who for years bore patiently with his vagaries, last saw him on the morning he drove off alone in his car with the key he had recently found. Parks had helped him get the key from the old box containing it, and had felt strangely affected by the grotesque carvings on the box and by some other odd quality he could not name. When Carter left, he had said he was going to visit his old ancestral country around Arcticum. Halfway up Elm Mountain, on the way to the ruins of the old Carter place, they found his motor set carefully by the roadside, and in it was a box of fragrant wood with carvings that frightened the countrymen who stumbled on it. The box held only a weird parchment whose characters no linguist or palo- paleographer paleographer has been able to decipher or identify. Rain had long effaced any possible footprints, though Boston investigators had something to say about evidences of disturbances among the fallen timbers of the Carter place. It was, they averred, as though someone had groped about the ruins at no distant period. A common white handkerchief found among forest rocks on the hillside beyond cannot be identified as belonging to the missing man. There is talk of apportioning Randolph Carter's estate among his heirs, but I shall stand firmly against this course because I do not believe he is dead. There are twists of time and space, of vision and reality, which only a dreamer can divide, and from what I know of Carter, I think he has merely found a way to traverse these mazes. Whether or not he will ever come back, I cannot say. He wanted the lands of dream he had lost and yearned for the days of his childhood. Then he found a key, and I somehow believe he was able to use it to strange advantage. I shall ask him when I see him, for I expect to meet him shortly in a certain dream city we both used to haunt. It is rumored in Uthar, beyond the river Sky, that a new king reigns on the Oldbull throne in Elkvar, that fabulous town of turrets atop the hollow cliffs of glass overlooking the twilight sea, wherein the bearded and fining Nori built their singular labyrinths. I believe I know how to interpret this rumor. Certainly. I look forward impatiently to the sight of that great silver key, for in its cryptical arabesques there may stand symbolized all the aims and mysteries of the blindly impersonal cosmos. Thus ends that story. Oh, thank you for joining us. I hope you have a good day, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Going very good, going very good. We are live every single day for GM negative 4 GMT Eastern Time, and would be 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. pretty much every day. And so we thank you for joining us, and we will be back tomorrow to read more. Some Edgar Allan Poe, some H.P. Lovecraft, and whatever seems to jump in the fancy that seems to be full of wisdom and building and developing of spirit and all of that good stuff. So, Donna Day Kauai, until we see you next time, much love, many blessings.